Are we good? Are we in there?
Yeah,
Is it time?
It's time.
Is it time? I think it's time. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to day 3 of the GCX event. Day 3 for us, at least. Of course, the marathon's been going on, but we're here. It's Saturday. We've got another wonderful lineup of panels for you over the next 4 hours. So welcome. How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't believe it's already day 3. Conventions, just like in person, even virtually, they go by super quickly. And I'm just like, wait, where'd the time go?
Right. I'm sitting here right now. I remember when we were planning this, and that feels like yesterday. And now we're on the third day, and I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then tomorrow we'll do some more. And you know, production's in my ear, like, no, you're not here tomorrow, Rukari. You can show up, but you're not doing anything.
Are you sure? Can we come anyway?
Oh yeah, I'm going to be here anyway. So chat, we hope you're doing wonderful this early Saturday morning. Not really that early, 9 a.m., but either way, I'm still tired.
You know, I am too. After, oh my gosh, if y'all have missed the D&D sessions, I've been in the last 2 and it's been chaotic and we've gone well over our time. So that's been really fun. Whew.
You know, we talked about this. I've never done anything remotely close with any sort of D&D. So what does a normal D&D session look like? Like, what were y'all doing? I want to know.
There's a lot of fire and cultists, and suddenly we have found ourselves like in some kind of sanctuary. Find out tonight how we get out of that mess.
Oh my God! Look at that! Did you see that? like that wasn't even supposed to be a plug, but Sam, ever the professional,
Captain Robert, because you know it's GCX Tavern time. I can't wait to be able to do that in person, though. Like just be able to sit at a table and everything. But you know, speaking of like getting into the backstories of things and how D&D works. Something that's very similar to D&D is actually Lord of the Rings in a sense. It's fantasy and it is heavy, full of lore and backstory and adventure and different types of characters and things like that. So we actually have a very special panel from our fans as they lead us to explore Middle Earth. Moderating the panel is actually going to be Glam Shatterskull, who is one of our GCX D&D players as well. And he's joined by fellow Tolkien enthusiasts, Don Marshall 72, Christy Pride, and No Better Do Better as they talk about the future of the Lord of the Ring IP and where this series might be going. I'm stoked.
Let's have fun. Let's check it out. No better do better.
No better do better.
Oh, that's fine.
Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3, Mississippi 4, Mississippi 5.
He said we're going early.
Mississippi.
We could just sit here. We could chill.
Mississippi 8, Mississippi.
Are you really counting your Mississippis?
Okay, 10 Louisianas, 11 Louisiana.
There we go. Do the Louisianas.
That sounds wrong. Trying to say it, my tongue is like, stop that.
You can't do it. You can't do it at all. This is going to be your panel though, because you love.
Oh, I love
Lord of the Rings. You love fantasy. That is your bit. I'm the sci-fi boy. You are the fantasy one. And you got to say no better do better like 3 more times at least.
No better do better.
No better do better.
Is that how we summon him? No better.
That's really it is. We'll see.
No better.
We'll see. Oh, look at all the waves in chat. Look at all the waves in chat.
No better do better. Yeah. Greetings.
Sam, that's your animated emoji.
They are.
I need to go get that.
Yeah, fantasy sci-fi is a great combo.
Wait, what would fantasy sci-fi be?
I don't know.
You got to understand, I lack what they call an imagination. I am very logical.
No, as a speaker here, though, you've got an imagination to think up conversations on the fly and to be able to take care of that. Come on.
Okay, all right, I get that.
You're creative.
I will say that I guess I can storytell and recall memories, and my ability to do this is second to none. I just creating my own stories and worlds. That's the tough part. That's what I don't know how to do.
Like storytelling and stuff.
Yeah, I can tell a story, but I'm actually drawing from real references that have happened. And I know where to embellish and I know where to hold back. Like I know how to keep people hooked there. But if you were to tell me make up a story, I'd be like,
Well, I mean, if you're talking about your dad with the pond and making sure he stirs up and gets out the snakes, you could say that a wizard has come in and taken a staff into this great dark abyss of water, and as they're stirring it up, the Loch Ness is coming out, and then suddenly you've got to defeat this Loch Ness in order to get into this abyss so that you can cool down from the hot weather. There you go.
Okay. Okay. It's more so changing the verbiage.
Story writing is, yeah. There you go.
I gotcha. Well, y'all, they're getting some audio issues sorted out on this panel that we've got for you. So we're going to keep sitting here trying to figure out how I could become a better storyteller. Make up a story. I bet Sam could come up with quite a bit. Sam's amazing at that. Did you not just hear what she just did?
You just got to love that.
I see. That's we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out at one point. You'll get me in an actual D&D session, and then that'll happen. And it's going to be rough at first.
Oh my! Actually, since we have a little bit of time, speaking of last night's D&D, Bife, I don't know what it is about that man, but like we all know that he is great at storytelling in the aspect of lore. However, he brought it last night. That man, I don't know where he pulls from. I just feel like he's got constant stories in his head that he's just like, yes, now I get to use it. It's like, yeah, you do, Bife.
He is absolutely just a gem. That's so true.
Oh, yeah. Bife is incredible. I'm super stoked for tonight. Tonight, we're actually going to have our special guest, Mitsu, as well. So,
who's the best storyteller that you've ever played, like, D&D with? Who's somebody that you're like, I wish I had that capability?
Ed Spence. He's incredible. He's a good GM. All right,
y'all. Panel's ready. So we're going to, see you in a bit.
Here we go. All right, y'all. I think we are live. Hey, what is going on, y'all? Everybody, hello to all the attendees here at GCX 2021. Welcome to our Explore Middle Earth panel. I'm Glam Shatterskull, and we are joined by three of the internet's greatest Tolkien scholars. We're actually going to just go around the circle here and let everybody introduce themselves. We'll go, let's go clockwise. So below me, we have Christy Pride.
I'm Christy Pride. I am a Tolkien enthusiast. I run a Tolkien-themed podcast called You Have My Sword. I've been working in the video game industry for roughly 100 years, and I also do comedy.
Hell yeah. And then let's go ahead and, well, hey, Christy, why don't you tell us who's your favorite character in all of Middle-earth?
It's going to have to be either Gimli or Gandalf.
Cool. Let's go, keep on going around. We got Don over here, Don Marshall.
Hello, yes, I am Don Marshall. I go by Don Marshall72 on all of my socials. I am also a Lord of the Rings enthusiast. Favorite character is Samwise Gamgee for obvious reasons, but a close second is Boromir, and I know I'm going to catch some flack for that, but I will stand by it. I'll explain later. I'll go on the rant later.
Hell yes. And then last but definitely not least, we have New Better Do Better.
Hey, what's going on? I'm New Better Do Better. The same on all my social media platforms. I am a TikTok content creator, and I'm new to this whole thing, but I am a Tolkien enthusiast. And my favorite character is the Witch King of Angmar, and my close second is Sauron. So yeah, I'm the bad guy.
Let's go. Love it. So the purpose of this panel today is we are going to be talking about the Lord of the Rings intellectual property and what we kind of have to look forward to from video games, movies, TV shows on Middle Earth. In the video game realm, I know that we don't really have a lot going on. Quite recently, the anticipated Lord of the Rings MMO by Amazon was canceled. The only thing I really saw about that was that they had some issues with Tencent, who was supposed to be working on the game. But I don't know, did anybody know anything else about that? Or were y'all looking forward to that MMO at all? Did y'all play Lotro, or do you play Lotro?
I was looking forward to that game because I wanted something to replace Lotro, because Lotro is more time consuming, but
True.
Yeah, you can't force something.
No, it's totally true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was actually my most anticipated game. Unfortunately, I was looking for something that would kind of fill that World of Warcraft void
right
for me and be like the next level to Lord of the Rings Online, which I've played and I love. So it looks like I'll be going back to Lord of the Rings Online.
Yeah.
As a former and current WoW addict, I also have to say I was kind of looking forward to it. Currently playing TBC Classic for anybody interested. I'm a horde. But I kind of understand why it didn't work out. I'm hoping Lotro maybe gets some more love because of this, though. Here's hoping.
Right.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Good point.
That would be excellent. I've just recently started dabbling in Lotro. I forgot I didn't really introduce myself. I'm Glam Shatterskull. I'm a streamer on Twitch, and recently, I've just started doing a complete playthrough of every single Lord of the Rings game ever released, starting with 1982's text-based The Hobbit.
You crazy man, you.
Yeah. But we're sprinkling in Lotro, so I'm in and out of Lotro as we go through the chrono, because there's just so much content in Lord of the Rings Online. It's really, really cool.
Wonderful game.
Yeah, no, it really is a good game, and for anybody that's watching that is like interested in playing Lord of the Rings games, all the new Lord of the Rings games are fantastic, but Lord of the Rings Online holds up so well. I really suggest anybody give it a try.
For sure.
Very true.
The other game I think we have to talk about would be the Gollum game that's upcoming. Now,
I'm excited.
yeah, y'all are excited about this. Who wants to hit us with the timelines on this? I think this takes place after Bilbo has taken the ring.
So if I may jump on this
Go for
really
it.
quickly, I have my own theory. None of this is confirmed, full disclosure, but I think if we are starting, like the rumors have said, in Gollum being in Mordor, I feel like it makes sense for the game itself to be Gollum sneaking from Mordor to get to the Shire or wherever. New or Christy, maybe you can sort of imbue your knowledge on this one. Like Gollum catches up with them in Moria, but like he follows them the entire way down until he gets to Frodo. So like I don't know how we're gonna do that, but as someone who constantly plays a stealth archer in Skyrim, the idea of a sneaking game through Mordor sounds amazing.
Yeah, fully agree on that. Co-sign that. I'm interested to see kind of the direction they go with this, because that makes the most sense, Don, obviously, and I fully co-sign that and agree. But the interesting thing with moving forward, Tolkien's estate moving forward and using this IP for different properties is they can obviously take any kind of creative liberty they want, for better or for worse. So it's like really hard to speculate on what they're going to do with games and future media. So it makes me a little nervous, but being such a Lord of the Rings fan, I'll consume anything that is created under the, the Tolkien umbrella.
For sure.
So yeah, I think they should start with a strong base. I'm always somebody who advocates what's in the book should go into whatever property you're going to create.
Yep.
So we know he goes to Lake Town. We know he goes to Mordor. We know he goes to the Dead Marshes. We know he runs into Aragorn at some point in the Dead Marshes. Now use Aragorn's popularity as a springboard and make the game great. If you put Aragorn in the game will explode because he's people's favorite character moreover than a lot of people. And people wanted to see an Aragorn show so bad. Put him in the game, have him capture him, and definitely put him in Mirkwood, where he goes and he gets captured, and then he escapes with the help of the orcs. And all of this stuff, it gives a great timeline, and it gives a lot of things to do, not just necessarily, I'm sneaking around Mordor and trying to find this, but you have a lot of chapters you can cover and a lot of ground you can cover. So you're going to different places. So I think that will do a lot of world building, and it'll give you a lot of different places to go. It'll give the people who playing the game an incentive. Oh, I get to go to Lake Town. I get to go to the Dead Marshes. I get to go to Mirkwood. I get to sneak over the Anduin, and I get to go over and go to Moria and things like that. So I'm excited to see if they do that.
I mean, that would be the obvious decision, and the smart decision is to kind of make things that are already familiar to the fandom, like the focal point. And then from there, you can explore new areas of Middle Earth and, introduce yourself to new characters and stuff. But it feels like the correct thing to do is be like, hey, Aragorn. You've been to Mirkwood in the movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love that idea. I completely forgot Gollum's timeline and all of this, and knew you bringing it up. It's like, oh right, he's held captive in Mirkwood for a while. There's some big battles that Gollum's a part of. I love it.
Now this
people don't even understand our boy's struggle. Gollum's been a fucking around.
Yeah. Now this being a Warner Brothers game,
he may have seen Sauron. He said there's only 9 fingers on the black hand.
Oh, you're right.
Are we gonna get a Sauron cameo? That'd be
really cool. Well, I was thinking that it's also a Warner Brothers game, so I'm wondering if they'll tie in any of the characters from like Shadow of War, like if we'll get like Talon or any of those types of characters, because it would be around the same time, right? Because Gollum obviously is in the Shadows games.
Yeah, roughly. Just about that same timeline. That's a good thought. I love that tie-in.
Right. Because some of those Shadows of War characters are very, very cool.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Shadow of War took creative liberties that I felt good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm all right with all of those. I will say I love the idea of exploring the Wraith world, and like this is what the Nazgul see all of the time. Now, whether or not they get superpowers and have the ability to like teleport and shoot Wraith arrows is another matter entirely. But I quite like the delving into that other stuff.
Well, okay, so while we're talking about the Wraiths, there seems to be a very interesting kind of back and forth in regards to, do the Wraiths still have their rings? Or does Sauron have their rings? And if they do have their rings, do they still wear them? Or does Sauron keep them in Barad-dûr?
Right. Or did they have them when they were put in their tombs, and did, whoever buried the Nazgul get the rings?
Yeah, there's a very fun kind of like, where are those rings? Where are the nine rings of men?
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think I'm of the belief that they have them.
Right.
But don't quote me on it.
Yeah.
Well, because it's there's nothing that Tolkien has written that is like affirmative in what has happened. So it's kind of just like people kind of combing through the information that we do have and using context to kind of figure out where these rings could be, because there's no definitive answer, which I think is really fun.
I thought that I found that interesting in the Hobbit movie when they went to Angmar's grave, and I'm like, where does it say that the Witch King died in that manner to where there was a grave for him and they buried him? He fled from Glorfindel and the forces of the king from Gondor. So why would you say there was a grave? He fled and then he went to Minas Ithil, and there was no grave in Angmar as far as I knew. He was in control of Angmar the whole time. So that was an interesting take that I thought. Unless I missed something, you guys let me know. But so I think that the men that had the rings, they die in a sense that they transfer to the shadow realm and die. Yeah. They're dead because of that, but they're still alive. Like if I'm not speaking too wrongly, if I'm not mistaken, because Glorfindel came back from the dead, he can be in both worlds, and it says that in the book. So Glorfindel can see in both worlds. He can walk in both worlds because he came back from the halls of Mandos. So I think that's an interesting take.
Yes,
that maybe they didn't die and they're in the shadow realm like Frodo was about to be.
Cool.
It would be really fun to see, the future of this IP kind of like answer some of these questions and decide to make it canon, like answer some of these big question marks in the universe.
Tell us where the Entwives are, please.
They're dead, Don.
I know, but I don't want them to be.
So the other thing that I think is a cool aspect of the Gollum game that we've been looking at is it seems to really kind of play into the more psychological aspects of Gollum's character, right? We see a lot of, you have to make, just from what I've seen, I think you have to do a lot of decision-making processes on if you're listening to like the corruption of the ring, the more Gollum half of his personality, or if Smeagol is fighting his way through and making those types of decisions. So, we could have some cool type of like kind of choose your own adventure-ish gameplay with multiple endings that could be really, really cool.
Oh, I'd be down for that. Yeah. Multiple replay, because look, I've played Skyrim 7 or 8 times through to the top level, and I've always wound up playing the same sneaky character. That sounds awesome. just as long as they don't give Gollum any like superpowers of like, oh yeah, you can just grab this sword and hit someone with it. I was like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, agreed.
One of the things I was interested in seeing, sorry if I didn't.
No, go for it.
Well, at some point he talks to Sheila. Now, I know in the game they took the creative liberty of making her able to go turn into a woman.
Babe Shelob.
Which is to say whether she can or not. She's part possibly Maiar, I'm not saying she's definitely Maya, but that's my belief. Because her mother, I believe,
Ungoliant,
whether her being from the void or not, she's an entity just like the Maya of some extent. So
right.
Shelob is more than just a spider. So at some point she must have made a deal with Golem, because I know she decided not to kill him, but he said, "Oh, I can bring." Like, there's a reason for her not doing that and allowing him to come back and do what he wants. So them taking that creative liberty didn't really bother me, because I know she had to communicate with Gollum at some point. So that would be a really interesting thing to see.
Right.
That's a really good point. That's a really cool thing to bring up.
It is. I kind of think of them as like, they both have like a hunger, a lust for the rings of power, right? So they're almost like they're both these wild cards that are kind of in cahoots, but not really. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they have the same goal, so they kind of work together, but not necessarily are teammates in my brain.
I do now, though, kind of like the idea, New, as you brought up, that Shelob can turn into a woman in the game, and because it's Warner Brothers, I love the idea of Shelob turning into the woman and then just having this contrast of like this 7-foot tall, beautiful woman, and then this like 3-foot tall, like little
I love that too. I also just love that, from what we understand, Shelob can take the form of whatever she wants, and she chooses to be a spider. Like, what a sick bitch.
Yeah,
it's terrifying. I mean, for me at least, I don't like spiders.
She's such a cool character. She's really
I'm wondering if Spider is her actual form, because according to the book, her father is a regular spider. So if that's her natural form, and then because she's part Maya possibly, or whatever entity from the void that Ungoliant was, that she can take another form, just like the other Maya, Sauron, so on and so forth. It's interesting. She's part. She's a part of the Ainur. She has a strain of Ainur in her, sort of how Luthien does. Or even if you think about it, to a lesser degree, Elrond and Arwen, they have a strain of Ainur in them. It's a small strain, left, like an eighth or something like that, but it's still there. So I wonder what power that gives to them.
23andMe results.
I don't know if
somebody get their ancestry.
I don't know if anybody's paying attention to chat at all, but all I'm seeing is #girlboss and people encouraging Shelob to step on them. So
now nobody, people rushing to write that Gollum Shelob fanfic. Everybody, pump the brakes.
What have we done?
Do it.
What have we done?
It probably already exists on Tumblr.
So moving on from the games, let's talk about some of the TV show things that are happening. So what do y'all want to start with? The Second Age Amazon show, or the potential Silmarillion anime show? What do y'all want to, where do we want to hit here? Let's talk about the Amazon show, because I feel like it's the most promising and probably has the most kind of like meaty things for us to talk about.
Let's do it.
If y'all don't know, Amazon is working on a Lord of the Rings TV show that takes place during the Second Age, which are a lot of cool stuff happens in the Second Age. The rings are created in the Second Age. The ring wraiths are created in the Second Age. Numenor is like founded and falls in the Second Age. Yep. Sauron rises in the Second Age. What do y'all want to see out of the Second Age? What do y'all think would contribute amazingly to this IP as a TV show that Amazon is working on?
All of it.
Yeah.
All of it.
All of it. I want it all.
And do it right. Do seasons. Take your time with the seasons. Don't be afraid to skip a long span of time. Don't be afraid to do it. We know this is what happened in the books. We never get a full, from this age to that age, a full coverage of the middle. So it's okay. Say, hey, this is what's going on. There was a time of peace. Now this is happening. Or, don't be afraid to do that. That's the most important thing to me, is them not being afraid of the timeline.
Yeah, I agree. I would love to see this span seasons. It's going to need to span over the course of several seasons to make sense. Personally, for me, what I really, really want to see, and my favorite aspect of the Second Age, is the fall of Numenor. Yeah, I think that whole aspect of, them being greedy and kind of showing the true nature of man and the repercussions is to me the most interesting aspect of the Second Age.
Oh yeah, that'd be super cool.
I personally am interested in, obviously Numenor is going to be huge, and like all of the Elven kingdoms and Galadriel founding Lothlorien and Círdan at the Grey Havens. But like to me, I want to see Sauron as Anatar and his relationship with Celebrimbor. And yeah,
cool,
I knew you would love
dude.
Yeah. It's gonna be so cool, and I think if they do it right, I think we could see another side of Sauron that gives so much more depth to the movies. Like what I want from the show is not like a Game of Thrones style anything. I want this show to complement the movies so that I can watch all 5 seasons or potentially more if they do well enough. I want to watch this TV show and go back and watch the movies and go, I understand this so much better. I know what Sauron's motivation is so much more. I've seen his rise to power, his fall, his corruption. I want to see all of the wheeling and dealing of the bad guys and like how we got set up in this world.
Yes, and how do we envision Second Age Sauron?
Gorgeous.
Babe.
Is he
Hot
like,
dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
agreed. But my like headcanon for Second Age Sauron is kind of like a Loki-esque character.
Cool.
Because he is a trickster. He wears a disguise. He tricks, Celebrimbor into creating these rings, correct? You
Yes.
know, so I kind of see him as being kind of like a Loki, a sexy Loki kind of character in the Second Age. And because people don't know how, like, most people don't know Sauron's evolution
Right.
outside of like the Third Age from the movies, and that's fine, but he really is a very interesting character, and he is a trickster, and my man loves a disguise.
Yes, he disguises himself as one of the Vanguard, so we should definitely see him with some type of blonde or white hair, and he's going to be he should be beautiful. Those are Manway's favorite elves, the Vanguard, and this is the first Vanguard elf we'll see. We've only seen the Sindar and the Noldor elves, and when I say the Sindar, any of the Teleri elves are like Sindar and any of the other ones fall under the Teleri. So.
And those are the Vanyar. Those are the elves that are still in the Undying Lands that like never left.
And that's actually kind of what gives them away to it kind of gives them away from Elrond, and it gives them away from Gil-galad, because they're like,
yeah,
none of them ever came here before. We don't trust this. This doesn't make sense. But Celebrimbor, because they have the Aule, I want to build and I want to learn so bad in them, they kind of just go for it because they want to learn. They have that really Noldor-esque feature where they want to learn and they want to make things. And, Gil-galad and Elrond are more learned in their lore, and they've actually been hanging out with Círdan, and they learn from different places and things. And the events that they've been through was a little different, so they kind of just are like, no, I don't trust this. I don't trust this. Doesn't make any sense. So they don't ignore it, and that's why he never gets permitted to enter Linden. So I think they should have it kind of start there, or even I always had an envision of them. So let's think about this. The Fellowship of the Ring, the beginning, when they explain the end of the Second Age and them beating Sauron, I think they do something similar in the beginning of the show where they explain the end of the War of Wrath, and then they even have Sauron trying to make a obeisance to Eonwë and being like, hey, listen, I want to, say sorry or whatever. I want to come back. And he's like, yeah, but I don't have the power to grant that to you. And he's like, and he goes back to Middle Earth. But the gods the Valar are completely like, we're not going there. So now you know why nobody helps, because I get that question a lot. Why don't they come help during the Second Age and the Third Age? Well, the gods don't want to destroy the Earth anymore. They're just like, okay, well, they leave Sauron. So now you know why Sauron is and if I say Sauron, it's just because it's easier to say. I know it's Sauron.
Yeah.
But,
You're good.
Do you think we could get to meet any of the?
If they explain that, it shows that why Sauron is the strongest and why they're in such dire straits and why nobody's coming to help them. And it shows that. And then you see, okay, what happened, where he came from, and what's going on, why he disguised himself, why he's trying to take over, and then they can go from there. Yeah, it's just a thought that I had in my head. If it was long-winded, I'm very sorry.
No, going off of that though, like maybe we'll get to see some Einar in this. Maybe we'll see Morgoth like interacting with Sauron, and helping drive his motivations, because that would be really cool.
Yeah,
a flashback would be awesome.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you do the Second Age right, you can set it up to make there be a demand for a first age series. Because like when they made the Lord of the Rings movies, everything after the fact, after the Return of the King came out was, well, are you going to do The Hobbit? Are you going to do The Hobbit? And they did. And so to me, this second age introduction is like, but wait, there's more. And then once you watch the second age stuff, you're like, but wait, there's even more. And I feel like we could do a lot of cool stuff with tying in, like you said, new backstory of Morgoth and all of the first stage stuff with the Vanyar and the Valar and all that would be incredible to see.
Yeah. I think that'd be awesome. I also want to see one of the main things I want to see is the war with the Sauron and the elves, because then that really sets up why they're in such dire straits, why a lot of them flee. In the third age, you're seeing the elves flee, and you don't know, they get weary of the world. You kind of just don't really know why they're leaving. But most of them already left, and Rivendell can't help, Linden can't help, because they don't even have the forces. Most of the elves leave because of what Sauron did. And, Rivendell was set up as a refuge. You'll see the creation of that. You'll see this before they have the ring. Think about that. You'll see Rivendell before Elrond has the Ring of Power. So Rivendell and Lothlorien won't have their safeguards. They won't be as strong as they are in the third age, technically. Because
I totally forgot about that. Yeah, you are absolutely right. We're not going to see Rivendell at its like final form of all that power. Oh, that's cool.
It's a really good.
It's actually like a Helm's Deep if you think about it.
Right.
They have to retreat to it. He has to find somewhere to be safe. Sauron is ruining them, and then you'll see why he's so feared. He kills Celebrimbor, puts him on a pike, and walks around as his banner. He destroys the Brown Lands where the Entwives are. He completely decimates the forces of Linden. He's like, Gil-galad's back is against the wall. And as you said, Christy, literally, Numenor has to come and save them.
Yeah.
This is the first time Numenor saves them. This isn't even when Ar-Pharazôn comes. This is before that. So it's so many things that happen. Sauron takes over the world multiple times, and they can't do shit. Excuse my language. Numenor has to come, otherwise they would have lost. And the dwarves are trapped in Khazad-dûm. They shut the gate and they can't come out and help. They try, but they have to go and retreat into Khazad-dûm. There's so many things that could be talked about.
Yeah. Can you be a consultant on this, New? I feel like you could just go off for a couple of hours on this stuff.
I feel like Amazon should just hire the lot of us.
I'd be down.
Now, what about the wizards? The two blues.
Here's the thing. There are, and New, Christy, correct me if I'm wrong on my timeline. We could potentially, there are two different versions of when the wizards arrive, because I think in one early Tolkien draft, they came over at the beginning of the second age, and another one, it was like in the middle of one of the ages. And whether or not they want to play into that, like, will we see an Ian McKellen cameo, or will we see, well, obviously not Christopher Lee, but I think it would be a cool idea to have the blue wizards sort of play their part and see where they go, just because they are such an enigma. You can kind of take a couple of creative liberties similar to how the video games did it.
Right.
And it doesn't need to be like an entire season focused on the blue wizards or like what they did, but like, let's see them. Let's introduce this idea that there is more to the world beyond the borders of Gondor and Mordor, right? Like the map that we see in Tolkien's books is not all of Middle Earth. It's just not, mapped out in a way that it has been really delved into all that much.
Yeah. The reason why I bring them up is because I feel like you see a lot of companies, as they touch these kind of legacy nerd intellectual properties, they've learned over time to kind of stray away from what's established, right? Because they want to avoid the nerd rage. So which, fair, and also thank you, right? But so that's why I bring them up, because there's something that is very, very vague as far from a Tolkien perspective, and so that's why I think it'd be something that they might want to dabble into.
Right, and to kind of what you said and what we were talking about earlier is, it's smart of them to kind of fill in these question marks within the world and the lore, things that aren't like officially canon or have like a period at the end of. With the Blue Wizards, Tolkien kind of started writing them and then never really established them as characters, so they're like pretty open to interpretation. So it would be easy to take the Blue Wizards and like run with them because they can do literally anything, right? And so that's a good thing. That's exciting. I like the idea of taking something that hasn't been super established in Tolkien's world and moving forward with it. But there still has to be an element of fan service, obviously, to
For
keep
sure.
interested. But I think the Blue Wizards are so poorly established, in my opinion, that it would be really weird for Amazon to spend $1 trillion on a show about them.
Fair, totally fair.
I think it would kind of like, then it would to go off on a tangent, and then things just wouldn't really. We don't know whether they turned bad or whether they were fighting against Sauron's forces in the east, and they were like holding the Easterlings and the Wayne Riders at bay for a bit. We don't know. So to make a speculation about that would kind of be like, I think, a poor choice.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
No, that's a great point.
They need to do a lot of like outside of like familiar Middle Earth world building to make it like substantial or interesting, and I just don't trust that they have the chops to do it yet. I think like incorporating the Blue Wizards into the Second Age and what's going on, like cutting to them wherever they may be, doing whatever they may be outside of like core Middle Earth would be very cool. But the rumors and the speculations of the show being about them is like insane to me.
For sure.
Yeah. I think they could do something like, so we know Saruman goes into the east, and when he comes back, that's actually when he gets Orthanc. He gets it. It's actually after, which we're going to probably speak about, the War of the Rohirrim, when it gets actually taken over by the Dunlendings, and then after they free it, they give it to Saruman. So when Saruman's in the east, we could have a cameo of him meeting with the Blue Wizards. That would be fine. Something like, "Hey, what's going on?" They allude to maybe doing something, but not something straightforward as to they're definitely doing this or they're definitely doing that. And it would give people a peace of mind that, hey, we saw the Blue Wizards, and then when Saruman comes back, everything in full circle. We know they're doing both these shows. They can tie in together. Oh, when Saruman comes back, that's when he gets Orthanc after the War of the Rohirrim. Oh, wow.
Right.
Boom. There's a bunch of things they could tie together if they just know how to do it right. So I think that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I was kind of timing these topics, and you actually hit the timing perfectly to segue right into what is the most recent announcement that we've heard about. I know everybody is very excited about the War of the Rohirrim animated movie. This is, I believe it's a Warner Brothers piece as well.
Yep.
Which is great. This is supposed to dig kind of into the history of Helm's Deep and takes place during the rule of Helm Hammerhand. If you don't know who that is and you only know the movies, Helm Hammerhand is Theoden's grandfather, who obviously his namesake is Helm's Deep. And he's the ninth king of Rohan, right? So what are we hoping to see here, y'all?
No, Christy, go ahead.
Go.
Go ahead.
So, I'll just preface and say a couple of things that I like about this decision. One, I like that they're going an animated route. I kind of personally feel like this is the best way, the best like media avenue to kind of tell these high fantasy stories is through animation. And like I was telling you guys earlier before we went live is, I mean, it's been proven that people enjoy watching these animated retellings. Like look at Castlevania and Invincible. Incredible. Like truly incredible. Invincible especially was like a fantastic adaptation. So I think this is great that they're going to do an animated one-off movie of such an interesting and almost what feels like a random character, right?
Yeah.
Like Helm Hammerhand, I don't think unless you're like really into like Middle Earth lore, you know immediately who that is. But a very interesting character. A fun fact about him is, and something that I'm really excited to see if they move forward with this, is he was a really interesting character in regards to his approach to war. So I think that there's going to be a lot of really incredible battle scenes with this. And my favorite thing about Helm, and the reason why he's called Helm Hammerhand, is because his philosophy with battle is he goes in and fights barehanded and just beats the bricks off of people with his bare hands.
Hell yeah.
Because he has a belief that if he doesn't strike somebody with a weapon, he can't be struck with one himself, which I think is just super sick, right?
So cool, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you need a hook for like anyone who needs a good hook for a good D&D character, it's like, yeah, I don't use
Yes,
weapons,
exactly.
and no
Right.
one can harm me.
That's a great idea, Don. I'm stealing that.
You're welcome.
Another
and that's not how he goes either. So maybe
Yeah.
he was right.
well,
No.
I think a thing to be interested in as well is that this is Warner Brothers, right? So, and as Christy brought up earlier in the pre-show, we were nerding out as well, but they bring up how Christy brought up how Helm Hammerhand in the Warner Brothers video game canon is actually a Nazgul, becomes a Nazgul. So, which is not true canon, but it's Warner Brothers canon and it's a Warner Brothers movie. So,
Yes.
what do y'all think we'll see of Helm Hammerhand? Do you think that we're going to get more of a true canon? What would be the strengths of going either way with this Helm Hammerhand?
I feel like you kind of cheapen Helm Hammerhand sacrifice if he does become like I like the Helm Hammerhand thing from the video game a little bit, but I don't know. I don't think I'd be into kind of changing something so drastically from the books just to tie in with another video game that you made. That's just me though.
I
Sure.
don't think that's a good way to go. I agree with Dom.
Yeah. But that being said, it will be interesting to see how they sort of tie in on this. And look, full disclosure, I'm just happy that it's animated and being directed by Kenji Kaminawa, the guy that did the Ghost in the Shell standalone comics,
Right.
because
Yes, yes,
that means we could potentially see more Lord of the Rings animated stuff. And it has been my dream to see/help create the Silmarillion anime, because I don't think you can do
Gotta do it.
Silmarillion live action. It's too much.
It's too much. Yeah.
I agree.
Everybody
Yeah.
talks about how he worked on Ghost in the Shell, but for all you fellow Gen Xers out there, you should also know he did backgrounds for DuckTales.
I thought you were
Okay.
going to say Akira, because he also had his hand in Akira, too.
Oh man, you guys are bringing out the stuff I don't know about. Yeah.
Akira, DuckTales, and Ghost in the Wow.
What can't my mans do?
Is it wrong that I'm even more excited to know that he has worked on those other two?
Yeah.
If I may, one of the things that I'm most excited about this series is I know Helm is a really cool character, but if we think back to the Two Towers when Faramir was talking about the Easterlings, he was like, I wonder if he's really evil. We look at the Dunlendings and then we say, are they really evil? Because actually what happens and how they even got the land, and I was explaining this in one of my TikToks, they're not really evil people. Actually, the land of Kalanathon was actually their land, part of it. They lived there. And then Rohan was gifted this, the men from the north who actually became the Rohirrim, they were gifted this land from the king of Gondor for helping. And then, they kind of moved in. And that's why there's always a tension between the two peoples, because it's kind of a political thing. If you look at it, they're like, well, you moved in here and we're here. And then we look at what actually happens in the War of the Rohirrim. Now, Helm is the king, and then he has a war council or a regular council, and then Freka is on the council, but Freka is a man of Rohan that is mixed strongly. He has more strongly Dunlending blood than he does Rohan blood. So it's also the mingling of bloods, which actually happens in Gondor as well. The Gondorian line gets mingled down and it's mixed, and their king isn't as pure as the king in Arnor, as Aragorn's line. So now he says, okay, well, I want my son Wolf to marry your daughter, and then he has intentions because the Dunlendings are kind of getting screwed over. So he's like, oh well, let me help them. Marry my son, and then our line will be more Dunlending. So he has his thoughts, which aren't necessarily evil, but they aren't good either. But then Helm's response isn't necessarily a good response.
Yeah.
So it's like, who's right, who's wrong? And I know as, the antagonist, Helm is going to look like he's right, but is he really? Because that's not always the case. It's not just cut and paste the black and white. So I think that's a really, really, really interesting story, because you get to look and you get to see these Dunlendings and what happens to them and why their motivations are. And even at the end of the Two Towers, after the wild men, the Dunlendings get defeated, they let them go. And they're like, wow, I thought you guys were jerks. I thought you were going to kill us. That's what Saruman was telling us. you know, because he's using that against them, their history.
And I think
they're like, no.
And I think, we could probably have, this could be the first time we could see a Lord of the Rings property where maybe there is a little bit of morally gray area, right? Like before it's, the good guys of the Fellowship versus the bad guys, Sauron and Saruman, the little underling. But like, yeah, Helm Hammerhand's not like the best of best people.
Right.
He kind of handled that a little
poorly. He made some poor life choices.
That's my opinion from the the lore of me reading and understanding it. But I'm still on Helm's side. Don't get me confused.
Just so long as we can get some of the as long as we can get some of the Shield maidens, I want to see I want to see more of the female riders of Rohan absolutely kick butt in this.
Yeah, and Theoden's line comes from
right.
Helm's kids get killed.
Right.
So that's how the line switches to the
spoilers.
The sister son. Which is maybe I'm getting too much into the lore.
We're so deep into the appendices right now.
We are literally here to nerd out about the lore, so do not.
Do we have another 7 hours of this panel to go?
Yeah,
Can we
seriously? We're gonna have to make this a weekly show.
hey, I'd be down.
And just to piggyback off that, aren't the men of the mountain, the army of the dead, technically Dunlendings?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're Dunlending. If I'm not mistaken, they're a different group, but they're still Dunlending. If I'm not mistaken.
Christy, I don't know a thing about that, so please, if you do, go ahead.
I'm gonna check that out, but I think they're like a large group of the people there, and they're just a separate group, behind Dunharrow, but they're Dunlendings.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that, New, because I think you're correct.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but
I'm never wrong, so.
Quick, predict exactly what the Amazon show is going to say, and you'll absolutely be right.
So to the,
I'm excited about the War of the Rohirrim, and a lot of people don't know that's where the horn of Helm Hammerhands come. I know we were talking about it earlier.
Right.
Christy.
Yep.
I know we were talking about it earlier. So when you see Gimli blow that horn, or when you see Theoden say the horn of Helm Hammerhand will sound again in the deep. Before every battle, he would blow the horn and he would go and beat the living daylights out of the enemy. So with his bare hands, like Christy said, yes. So that's where that comes from. And the name Helm's Deep, it was actually called, there's 3 other names for it. I don't want to mispronounce them, so I'm going to let Don, who's better at the pronunciation.
Oh, God, you put me on the spot. So as far as my understanding is, it Helm's Deep is the actual, like, the deep physical structure, like the land structure, but the Hornburg itself is what the like physical bricks are. And there's this, I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but there's this weird legend that I've seen floating around that like Helm's Deep was originally made by giants, but like I'm remembering,
it was made by the men of Gondor.
There's this weird thing that goes around that's like, no, it was made by giants, but I think that might just be like a movie tie-in.
We lost your video, Christy.
Okay. Yeah, but it's because my iPad's dying.
Oh no. Get the charger.
You're back.
You're back. Cool.
Plug that thing in.
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh no.
Oh wait, yes I can. I lied to you guys. I'm so
there
sorry.
You go. There you go.
It's like so like just since we're kind of just talking about it anyway.
Yeah, please.
So the Númenóreans built obviously they built Minas Tirith and Orthanc, and they're made of the same stone. But the reason that Helm's Deep isn't made of that same stone, but they were built by the same people of that lineage, is because when the just like I said, the mingling of the people happened, the Gondorians became a little lesser than the Númenóreans, even though they're the same race of people, but they weren't full-blooded Númenóreans. They built that. So it's still great skill that built Helm's Deep, but it's not as strong as Orthanc, which is known as Mount Fang, and it is as strong as Minas Tirith. Now, in the movies, we see them shooting, bricks over, the army, and it's breaking the walls of Minas Tirith. That's complete cap. For number one, the outside wall was not white, it was black, and it was impenetrable. That's why Grond was so important, and they had to break the only weak part, the gate. So I kind of didn't like that part, but I still love the movies, but it's very important that it was impenetrable, invulnerable. It couldn't do anything. Even the Ents were hurting themselves when they were trying to attack one thing. They couldn't do anything, and the Ents are stronger than pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So,
Does anyone want to just sit here and listen to New talk about Lord of the Rings for like 6 more hours?
Every day.
Yes.
Yes, for sure. So to the point earlier about maybe tying in fan servicey things, what do you think we could expect for this movie from a fan servicey perspective?
If I may, there is one that I kind of went over this on my Twitch channel, twitchtv.com/JohnMarshall72, by the way. Glad you definitely encouraged us to promote ourselves.
Without a doubt.
That's my one. That's my one until we get to the end.
Yeah.
So I looked at the timeline on my Twitch channel with everyone, and I realized that Thorin Oakenshield is born a little bit after after Helm Hammerhand is. So our wild theory is that we will get the most bizarre baby or teenage Thorin Oakenshield somehow tied into this. Granted, I don't think we actually will, but I think if you want to go full on crazy, that would just be the way to do it.
Well, maybe we'll also have a Thrain or a Thror then as well.
Yeah, we
Very
could see
possible.
some of the dwarves.
Yeah.
yes, that would be awesome. Now that would definitely be awesome, and we could see the glittering caves as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be awesome. I'm pretty sure they're definitely going to have to put the glittering caves in.
I hope so.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why do you think
Yeah.
they'll have to? Just for
Well, it's the only place. So Helm's Deep, you can't really escape from Helm's Deep, but the caves, you can get out of the caves. So if they were there, they would have to mention a way to escape. They can't escape out of the back of Helm's Deep. There's no way out, but there's a way to get out through the caves, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, and since he has to retreat there, that has to be brought up at some point, I believe.
Hope
That's
so.
my thought.
Yeah.
Tristan.
And it also just seems like a missed opportunity to not introduce the dwarves in some capacity during this time.
So, yeah, I know that they don't, until Gimli sees the caves, they don't really go and want to see them and everything, but it's a way to plug. We already have the Lord of the Rings property from the movies, so plug it shamelessly as you can and make things connect. So, the glittering caves, the glittering, plug that. They didn't do us justice as far as that goes with the Gimli and the Legolas friendship. That was one of the things that tied them even closer together. Him loving the caves so much, and then Legolas agreeing, even though he didn't care about the caves, being like, "I will to see them with you."
yeah.
That's a big step.
Yeah, their relationship is actually a really big deal, right? Because it
It's a huge deal.
basically starts the
Huge.
healing between the two races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Galadriel actually started the healing.
Right.
When Galadriel spoke to him in Lothlorien,
Right.
and after Gandalf's fall, and Celeborn completely kind of loses it when he hears that Gandalf's dying. He kind of like, these dwarves, he's kind of upset, and Galadriel's like, don't let the darkness of Khazad-dûm, and then she speaks the ancient names to him, and he's like, wow. And then he looks at her, and he kind of falls in love with her, and her
Kind
giving
of.
the hair,
Same.
Kind of.
her giving the hair is the big step. Her
Yeah.
giving the hair that she refused to give her uncle Fëanor, the greatest elf of all time, in
Yes.
might and strength and skill and all of these things. She refused to give it to him, but gives it to the enemy, their counterpart. Even Eru says they're not going to get along. Even the one God says these two people are not going to get along. So that is the start of the healing process. And then Legolas looking at how Gimli reveres Galadriel and seeing a dwarf love her so much is what starts the healing, between them, and then they become the closest of friends. And sorry, I always overtalk. I apologize.
No.
This is one of the best things to overtalk on, honestly. I love
Yeah.
this portion of the story. And to add to that, one of my favorite aspects of Middle Earth lore is when Legolas and Gimli go to the Undying Lands themselves, and Gimli's the first and only dwarf to set foot in the Undying Lands, and he went purely just so he could see Galadriel again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was let in, which is
My favorite thing of all time is Tolkien doesn't mention it at all, but it's a headcanon of mine. I just like to think about Galadriel's husband just kind of sitting there, seeing the dwarf that is clearly in love with his wife, just being like, you let him in? And now he's gonna stay here? Like, honey, we need to talk.
Y'all, we sadly are about at the end of our time and are gonna have to bring this to a close. We got 30 seconds, so I can't thank you all enough for being here. Thanks everybody for tuning into our panel. Thank you everybody for taking time out of your day. New, Don, Christy, thank you so much for joining us here. GCX, this is, don't forget this event is benefiting the kids, so go donate to St. Jude, please.
Go donate.
Please
And if y'all want to,
thank you.
if y'all want to go ahead and do little closers, tell people where they can find you. We'll go the opposite direction. New, if you want to start.
So please look me up on TikTok, and then you will see my other pages and everything. But TikTok, New Better Do Better, BETTA, not ER, all one word, New Better Do Better. Please come follow me, and then follow my Patreon, where I'm going to start teaching Lord of the Rings classes, and I'll be giving away Lord of the Rings merch and New Better Do Better merch. And I have a YouTube channel that I'm going to expand upon. So thank you.
Hell yeah, thank you. Don, hit it.
I am Don Marshall 72 on literally every social media platform of all time. That's a great cat. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on TikTok. TikTok is my main one, though. I'm doing a giveaway on my Instagram. I'm actually giving away one of these Lord of the Rings cups from Burger King in 2001. It still glows. I've been drinking out of it this entire time, thinking it was so cool. Yeah, that's all I got.
Christy.
Okay, you can find my Lord of the Rings Tolkien podcast. It's called You Have My Sword. It's anywhere podcasts live, like Spotify and Apple or whatever. And then you can find me on Twitter, where I love to shitpost at Christy Pride. And you can find me on Instagram. I post chainmail and drawings there.
Cool.
All right.
And I've been your host, Glam Shatterskull. I am a Twitch streamer. I stream here on Twitch 4 or 5 days a week. We've been playing a lot of Lord of the Rings games. I also do a lot of Warhammer. I'm a big Warhammer nerd, so I paint Warhammer miniatures from time to time. And we like to play weird, trippy, wizard-based indie games as well. So,
Love it.
yeah.
What a cool brand.
Hey,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I'm basically like the blacklight room in the back of a head shop in 1978.
Oh my god.
Hey, thank you all for joining us. I appreciate you greatly.
Yes,
It's
thank
been
you.
we're gonna have to do this
Thank
again.
you.
We're gonna also, I'm gonna make all of you play Lord of the Rings online with me. We are on Arkenstone if you all want to come join us.
I'm coming, man. We're going to do it.
Hell yeah. Thank y'all.
Love it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Good job, B.
Much to seriously, all of y'all are so well knowledged when it comes to Tolkien stuff. I actually learned a lot. But I will have to say, I was listening to the whole Shelob segment, and I was like, y'all can have that spider, and I ain't about that life.
No, you're not about that spider life, that humongous giant spider life.
I've got massive arachnophobia, and yeah, like, you know, she a very pretty woman. Like, let's be real, whenever she's in human form. But at the same time, I was like, there's something else about this girl.
That's where you turned the volume down just a tad and said, yeah,
I was like,
all right, I'm gonna head out.
then, like, I left my microwave in the oven. I'll be right back, y'all. So that's what was going through my head. But that was a really good chat, y'all. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. But we're actually going to be continuing our series of panels and content as we dive into the world of sports. I'm not personally a big sports enthusiast. Are you, Rukari?
You know,
Are you?
this is always a tough question for me to answer because
Okay.
we get into judgment of people based on they look, but I mentioned it yesterday. I am a big person. I'm big for a reason. I'm definitely former collegiate athlete, also a knucklehead when it came to academics, so I didn't take full advantage of it. But yes, sports is my mainstay, so I'm excited to hear what this one's all about. What gave it away that I may or may not like sports? Can I just ask that?
Oh, I just asked if you did.
Yeah, good. I'm glad I don't look like it. I'm glad.
No. The height.
It's the height. See, the height gets me in trouble, and it's an automatic thing. Height, broad shoulders, I'm big. Everyone always thinks football. I played basketball. Actually, since we're full of stories, you'll enjoy this one. Another friend of mine, Eric, is about my height, but he's bodybuilder, right? He's very much in shape. And we were camping out for Seahawks tickets, and we're wearing all of our Nike stuff. We're not even wearing anything that says Seahawks on it. But a couple of people came up to us while we're in line, and they're like, man, they make you guys wait for tickets too, huh? And I had to take like 5 seconds to think about it, and I was just like, oh my goodness, what a hilarious thing to say. I was flattered, don't get me wrong. Because how do you tell somebody that I'm in tech marketing and he's in early childhood education and development, when clearly this guy is lifting weights, in his free time all the time? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Always fun. Yes, I love me some sports. I look the part, I play the part. My closet is filled with nothing but Nike. So with that, if you're a fan of the NBA, NFL, MLB, doesn't matter. We got you covered. If you just like sports video games, they drive me nuts, by the way. There's something for you here. So let's hand it off. Good game, bro. And Mills, they're going to be talking sports in just a sec. We'll be right back. Got it.
Welcome to the Overplayed podcast. My name is Good Game Bro. We're the home of sports and sports gaming, live from the GCX space station. This feels incredible, except for the fact that I'm joined by this incredible co-host of mine who used to be a bearded, wonderful individual, and now the majestic beard is gone. Mills, how are you?
I just want to say, I know you saw this live. For anyone that didn't, it was the worst night of my life. For those of you who don't know, there was a bet going on that was raising money for St. Jude's, and I challenged Good Game Bro to get to a certain level, and pretty much my entire identity and logo that was located on what is now, partially a chin. This is not a chin. This is just a slope that goes from my bottom lip to my Adam's apple. Unfortunately, the entire thing was shaved off on last Friday night. This is all I have left is stubble. This is a week's worth of growth. It's going to take so much longer than I thought it would. I'm not in a good place right now.
This is just payback. You've done nothing but trash me. You did nothing but talk trash the entire time. All 28 episodes we're at now, by the way.
But I won all the time. That's the deal. You hustled me.
It's a long con. I make you think you're good. I make you think you're able to win something. I make you think that I'm out here making really bad bets, and then I strike and take what you cherish the most, your beard.
This is not fun. This is not fun, okay? We're normally, for those of you who don't know, we normally do the podcast on like Spotify, iTunes, and have we started doing YouTube, and then I started realizing that when I start betting things on my person, people see them, and this is not fun. So those of you in the space station right now that are seeing this, know my life has been a living hell for the last week, and it's because of this. This man right here, okay? This man has made my life a living hell. This is a sports podcast, by the way, if you didn't know. It's just, trash Mills for 50 minutes before we move on.
There's no better way that I want to start my Saturday or Wednesday we typically record.
I can't
and by trash talking you.
The first live recording we have in this podcast is video of me with this god-awful Jabba the Hutt look going on.
Well, Mills, we do know that for the last, couple of months, I've been playing you consistently. It's been incredibly fun. What have you been playing, though, past week or so?
I mean, honestly, for me, it's been sports gaming for me. MLB The Show, playing a ton of that online. Moving around. I did start playing a little Chivalry, too, for me. I love the spears and just unlocked the glaive. Really fun. It's one of those easy to pick up games, but has some depth to it. In terms of the different combat styles. So really happy with that. Played that until about 4:30 this morning while I, cried in my sleep before I went to bed. Yeah, so not great. But
yeah,
the
that makes me
fun.
happy. That's the game that has like dismemberment, right, with the medieval stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
It's essentially battle cry. That's all you have to know is every time you come in, double tap X, battle cry when you run in, we're good to go. That's all you have to do. It's a yell simulator.
Can I get your battle cry?
No, absolutely not. You realize if I open my mouth, I'm purposely talking like half of my mouth right now. If I open my mouth any wider than it is right now, it will literally be like, ho, 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 hello, solo. Like, I feel like I have to get Princess Leia in a gold bikini half the time I'm talking now. I can't hardly stream, much less do this.
I've never been happier.
God, grin kills me every time. Let's talk about something that actually pertains to sports and sports gaming. Huge announcement from Madden this week. They announced both cover boys, Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. They called them the double GOATs, obviously. Brady, the reigning Super Bowl champion. Patrick Mahomes, probably the best quarterback in the league. Probably is probably not a word I want to use. Is the best quarterback in the league. Yeah. But also, they put out a play test. And while the play test is under NDA in terms of capturing, we can talk about it. So let's talk about the fact that for the first time in so many years, they're adding significant franchise upgrades, game planning, progressive fatigue. They're talking about new players, and they're talking about new player scouting being a live service update. So not only are we getting significant franchise upgrades for the first time in years, mind you, we're also getting what's going to be a consistent live service update over the life of the game. This is a double win for Madden fans that have been away from the game for a while. People that liked the experience of the NFL, not so much the Ultimate Team. They're going to talk about Ultimate Team later. That's their big money maker, which is awesome. There'll be upgrades there. There's upgrades there every year. But dude, franchise mode is finally back in Madden.
About time. Look, you and I both super hardcore in franchise mode. We've wanted there to be things for years. We have both cried rivers of just frustration of there not being really adjustments to it, and hearing the thing that we've heard every single year, right, Mills? Well, next year we'll look into it, or it couldn't make it this year for X, Y, and Z reason, right? And then finally, the hashtag trended, their feet got held to the fire. They then owned up. They came out publicly and said, we messed up, and now we're getting the features that we've been wanting for a very long time. And then to your point, the scouting feature coming, I think it's post-launch is what they've sort of said, like
September.
The live.
Yeah, they said September. The first update in September, we're going to see a rebuilt player scouting program.
And we have desperately needed it. That scouting system has been the same for God knows how long, and it's been, everyone's known how to work the system for years, right? We need you look at some other games, right? I'm not going to drop any names, but there are games where scouting has sort of like that risk reward feature to it, other than just spending points, right? And you might really love a player, but then find out that they're a bust, or they might have 2K, for example, has the potential rating, and they also have a bust, an average, or there's 3 different ways that the player can go, and it's all built into the rating system. And I love that. And I really hope Madden does some really cool stuff, because I miss the days of drafting a player and then telling a friend oh my God, I drafted this, tight end, or this running back, or this receiver, this corner, or whatever. And they were incredible. And someone else is oh, that's so cool. Here's my player that I got. I'm why? The journeys and the storytelling we miss in franchise mode. It looks, for me, from the outside in, that we're going to be getting back to that, which I love.
And that's one of the big things you mentioned, storytelling. One of the great things about single-player video games is the ability to not only tell a story, but the ability to live the story. And one of the problems that sports games in general have had, and the online exodus, the people going, it looks like everything's focused on online play. Having another focus back on single-player gaming in a sports game is such a refreshing change. And we have people talking about a lot of the changes look like NCAA 14, which is one of the most vaunted dynasty modes in sports gaming history.
I'm still playing that today.
A lot of people are. We have people making PC mods for an entire, based on Madden, what was it, Madden 21, right, for the PC?
Yeah.
An entire PC mod based fully around college football and bringing NCAA back to prominence. Even with an EA announcement of college football in a few years, this Madden hype train for franchise mode, and don't get me wrong, they still have to execute. We still have to hold their feet to the fire for execution. But they showed franchise mode during their sizzle trailer. They have
blows my mind.
That just doesn't happen. Franchise mode is in the playtest. They have franchise mode is the first thing they're talking about in their deep dives next week. They have a podcast coming out that is hosted by their franchise director, Tom Lischke, and Andre Weingarten, who we've had on the podcast, who is a massive franchise designer. He was a designer, and he got the design job because of his massive franchise creations for content. I know I have to control myself a little bit, but it's been so long since we've gotten major franchise upgrades, and not only this game and sports gaming in general. It just makes me so happy to see a real focus being put back on by this company.
Hey man, look, in Swami we trust. Let that man run loose on franchise stuff. Swami is one of my favorite people on the planet, and I'm excited to see what he's out there doing. So I can't wait. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm excited at the same time.
Well, two other people that are really excited right now are, well, let's call them fan bases. The Nets and the Bucks, because they're getting ready for Game 7 today. The Bucks have really charged back in this series. I didn't think the Bucks were going to give the Nets this type of series. Kyrie getting hurt, I think, has been a huge blow to this series for the Nets, and Harden not being 100%. So we've got Game 7 coming up today. Tell me, what do you think the Bucks have to do to win Game 7 today?
I just want to point out that I told you this series is going 7 games.
I know. You're wrong again, Mills. Shave off another piece of hair. Shave my head next. Why not?
Dear God, as much as I love to make fun of you, dear God, don't do that.
Dude, my head looks like a peanut. I've shaved my head before. It's little. I shaved my head before where they put like a monocle on my head on a top hat this way, and I looked like Mr. Peanut. All I needed was a little cane to walk around and little booties.
You're like 5 years from using a cane, so you'll be fine. Anyway, it's the Nets and Bucks. Game 7 is going to be an interesting one, man. I think this game goes one of two ways. It is either an all-timer, a game that we'll remember for a decade plus, or it's going to be an absolute thrashing with Kevin Durant dropping 55 and, Giannis just looking completely lost. I don't think there's a middle ground. I don't think Milwaukee can blow them out. I think it again is either an all-timer where Milwaukee scrapes by, or Kevin Durant ascends to the seventh sun and just puts on an absolute showing. I think Harden's going to be more effective tonight. I think Nash is going to find different ways to get him involved a little bit and open him up. But I think the true hero is obviously Kevin Durant. But I think Joe Harris is a guy that they're going to be running off double screens. They're going to be finding ways to get him open, and they are going to need his 3-point shooting tonight to be again at an all-time level for sure.
I think the key to this game tonight, and I agree with you, I don't see a scenario where the Bucks run away with this game. I see the two scenarios you see, the Nets running away or a very tight game. And the tight game does not depend on Giannis. Giannis is going to get his. Giannis is going to be running downhill. If they get into transition game and the Nets cannot stop their fast break, this is going to be a problem game for the Nets. The key is, and I think everyone knows who it's going to be, Chris Middleton.
Yep.
If Chris Middleton drops 30 again, this Bucks team is going to win. If Chris Middleton goes lost, which Chris Middleton is known to do in big games, he is not a stranger to going missing in these games. If he goes missing, the Nets are a 20-point win. All right? It depends on Middleton on the offensive and defensive side, because they're going to double Durant a lot. They're going to force Harden to be the guy who's not 100% to beat them. They're going to force guys like Joe Harris. Giannis, again, if Giannis can dribble and drive in every time, that's going to be Giannis. We know that's going to happen. If Giannis is stuck shooting 3-pointers, we're going to have a problem.
God
we're going to have a
America.
problem. Yeah. So.
Giannis, when Giannis shoots threes, he looks like, when you're like in 2K and you do like a momentum shot and you don't mean to, and you're like leaning too far to like one side. That's what it looks like when Giannis is shooting a normal three. I don't understand it.
When Giannis is shooting a three, it looks a lot like the next team we're going to talk about, Ben Simmons shooting a free throw. Yes, I'm taking the low shot at Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, certified hater, although I give him all the props in the world for his facilitation skills, his defensive skills. The dude, how can you not hit free throws? You can't be on the court in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Because I said it before, he is a righty that was forced to shoot lefty, and he's even said in his interviews back at LSU that he was made to do things with his left hand. He's a right-hander.
I don't care. Shoot the ball underhand at this point. I don't care. If you can't be on the court, listen, someone made a very good point to me. You know why the Sixers won? Because Simmons decided to foul out so he couldn't get put on the line. Because the Hawks
in the first whatever, like it was terrible.
Yeah, exactly. So the Sixers and the Hawks are going to be going to Game 7. So without Simmons, the Sixers won. This is another series I didn't think was going 7. I don't think anyone saw this series going 7 with the Hawks. The Hawks are playing amazingly. I don't know what Capella, John Williams, like they're all playing out of their mind. It's not just a Trae Young show. That entire team is playing well. They're going to go back to Philly for Game 7. Embiid is looking better and better every game. But they can't rely on just him. It's going to have to be Seth Curry dropping 30. It's going to have to be Simmons facilitating and not getting hack-a-bend to the free throw line. What do you see happening in Game 7 for this?
This is tough. I mean, I really think if Embiid doesn't have the torn meniscus, that this series is over in 5. Maybe 6, just because Trey has played incredibly well. Like again, I tweeted last night, the slander Trae Young has gotten does not deserve it. Unless you're talking about defense, then he absolutely deserves it. But offensively, he is beyond gifted from facilitating, shooting, everything. He's been incredible. His repertoire is just fantastic. What I ultimately think is happening, again, I'm going to do what I did for the Bucks series. I see one of two outcomes happening here. Philly wins and Joel Embiid ascends to, Philly, like the Philly fame because I think Embiid is going to have to put on one of those games that's like a 35 and 18 with probably like 6 or 7 assists or something, because they're going to force Embiid. They're going to cover the perimeter a whole lot more, I would imagine, in today's game or in the next game. I still think Atlanta squeaks this one out, and I think it's hard for me to pick an Atlanta team because Atlanta is known for choking leads and doing terrible things. I mean, they just choked a lead against Philly.
But so is Philly. To be fair, Philly has made an absolute career, the city, out of disappointing their fans. Okay? It's just what they do.
I think Doc Rivers has to pull Ben, though, in clutch time. You know when teams used to run like when Shaq was playing, right, or any big man like DeAndre Jordan happened to as well. They'd run like hack a Jordan or hack a Shaq or whatever, and they'd have to pull the big man on offense and then bring it back on defensive sides for late game possessions. I really think they're going to do something similar with Ben Simmons. Like I think on offense, if you've got those like timeouts or dead balls that are going to happen, like I think you're really going to be subbing Ben Simmons in and out consistently at the end of the game, because he is such an offensive liability. He's so gifted in every single area, other than his ability to shoot the basketball. It's kind of insane.
All right,
so yeah, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going Philly by 4 tonight, or for Game 7.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow, yeah.
How is it possible that a superstar, is Ben Simmons an NBA superstar, right?
No, he's a star. He's not a superstar.
Okay, so Embiid is the superstar, Simmons is the sidekick, right? But
Mm-hmm.
Simmons is the second best player on that squad, right? Or are we
Correct.
talking? Okay.
Well,
Seth Curry? Do we think it's Seth Curry at this point?
I think it's Tobias Harris is pretty close.
Yeah, Harris has been kind of missing this series too, honestly.
Yeah. But if we're talking like talent level, what they can do, I think Harris and Simmons are closer than people want to think, just because Harris is so much better offensively. But
right, you've got your starting point guard, and I don't need my starting point guard to be a scorer. My starting point guard can be a facilitator. I'm 100% okay with that. I'm not okay with my starting point guard. My main ball handler is the guy I have to sub out in the last 5 minutes of the game. You cannot win it. Listen, let's say they get past the Hawks. They're getting their doors blown off by the Bucks or the Nets right now. That's without Kyrie. Even the Nets without Kyrie. Harden's going to be a little healthier. They're getting their heads waxed by the Nets, okay? If they play the way they've been playing. Because you can't trust Ben Simmons. And that's a real problem. For 3 quarters, yes, you can trust Ben Simmons. He's a great defensive point guard. Probably one of the best in the league. Not even probably. He is one of the best in the league. He's a fantastic facilitator. He can get to the rim almost at will. But if I can't have my point guard in the game in the last 5 minutes because he can't hit a free throw, he can't be trusted to hit a clutch free throw, brother, I don't want this guy on my squad.
$30 million a year, mind you. We're talking.
How badly do you think the 76ers regret not offering Simmons up for James Harden right now?
I mean, I think a lot.
James Harden can do everything Simmons is doing right now. Mind you, not as great defensively, but he's much better defensively than the record he gets. He gets a really bad rep defensively. He can do everything they're doing plus score 40 on any given night.
Yeah,
Imagine how much better. Well, I'm saying, imagine how much better Embiid would be. Imagine how much better Tobias Harris would be. Imagine how much better Seth Curry would be. Seth Curry is very good with Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is very good at getting the ball to Seth Curry. Can you imagine if they had to worry about doubling Harden on the outside, how open Seth Curry would be in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in fairness, Seth Curry is probably part of that package for Harden, but
yeah, probably. I can see that.
Still, Harden on that team makes them significantly better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I feel bad for Doc Rivers, but I think Doc Rivers, he's in another battle and he's going to get, reamed for it. But again, like, superstar got hurt. He's trying to play him. They're just not advancing past the conference finals. That's for sure.
Yeah, right. We're the way, whatever we're talking about here, no matter which team comes out of that the 1-4 matchup, neither one of them are beating the Bucks or the Nets now, right? We agree there? Okay.
Yep.
So no matter who wins the Bucks Nets, they're going to move on to face the winner of the Clippers and the Suns. Coming into the playoffs, if I told you the Suns are the most well-oiled offense in basketball, I think that's kind of the place that we thought the Jazz would be. We all thought the Jazz had that well-oiled offense. They're the ones that you normally think of having that half-court offense. The Suns are running people off the court. The Suns are running people out of half court. The Suns have the best pick and roll offense in the NBA right now. Tell me, do the Clippers have any chance in this series? Now, I don't know if Kawhi is back or he's out for the playoffs, but also we have to remember that we don't know the status of Chris Paul, because Chris Paul entered COVID protocol. How do you not? Listen, you do what you want to do with vaccination, okay? Everyone has their own choice. If you feel like you want to get magnetic powers or think what you're going to get, you do what you want to do. I don't care. All right, I'll put a forker and spoon on my forehead because I've got 5G installed. So whatever you think about that. Chris Paul has let his team down because of the current status. Because if you're vaccinated, you don't go into COVID protocols.
He is vaccinated. That's the thing. He confirmed that he is vaccinated.
Wait, what?
Chris Paul is vaccinated. I'm almost positive Chris Paul is vaccinated.
No, yeah. How do you go into COVID protocol if you're vaccinated? All right, forget the vaccination. He's going in COVID protocols. He's out indefinitely right now. He's out indefinitely.
He tests positive despite vaccination, per report.
Wow. Oh God, here comes the sleeper cell chat. Yep. So okay, let's go on with this. Chris Paul possibly out for this series, possibly out for the beginning of this series. Kawhi Leonard's status, we don't know yet, right?
Yeah, I mean there was the rumor they say he tore his ACL partially, but I haven't seen anything substantial about that.
Neither have I. So we've got mini Kawhi and Terrence Mann, essentially. We've got second-year Terrence Mann pretty much leading this team with Paul George. What do the Clippers have to do to slow the Suns down, or can they at this point?
I mean, the important thing is you imagine Chris Paul is, I don't know what the NBA is going to do in terms of like being vaccinated, positive tests, how they're going to handle that differently or not. At best, Chris Paul is back in game 3, I think. At worst, I think it's game 4 that he'd be back. Okay. The Clippers have to win the first 2 games. If they can win the first 2 games, they're Gucci. They're going to win that series. It's going to be really tough for Chris Paul to then come back after being in COVID protocol, that team being a little discombobulated, younger roster, right? You're talking about I think Devin Booker, again, is still one of the most disrespected players in the NBA consistently. DeAndre Ayton played incredible last series as well. I still think the Suns win this series if Chris Paul is back by game 2. Sorry. If Chris Paul is back by game 3 and they split, Suns win. If Chris Paul comes back and the Clippers have won the first 2 games, I think it's a wrap at that point. But there's way off P, pandemic P. He's showing up more than,
He's playoff P right now. He's playoff P right now.
I mean, he got carried by Terrence Mann. So, there's that. But
I mean, come on. We're not going to hate him. We're not going to hate on what Paul George has done in this playoffs. I agree. Terrence Mann has been the rising star of these playoffs. Devin Booker has solidified himself as a top 5 shooting guard because of these playoffs right now. Devin Booker looks otherworldly in these playoffs, and that again is a lot because that offense is run to make sure that Devin Booker gets his shots. I don't know that offense. See, they ran really well without Paul before. I don't know that this offense runs as well without Chris Paul. And the Clippers are a much better defensive team than the Nuggets, okay? The Clippers make their money on defense. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to step out. Listen, I'm sorry to hate on your boy, to hate on your brother in arms, but if we see Rudy Gobert out of the Lakers or out of the Clippers against the Suns, brother, what happened? The Clippers have got to play outstanding defense against the Suns. That's what's going to win them this, not offense. The Suns are not a fantastic defensive squad, okay? The Clippers are going to get their points. Paul George is going to get his points. Terrence Mann, if he continues at the rate he is, he's going to get his points.
No shot.
You don't think Mann keeps it up?
No, I don't think. I think Mann still has good numbers, but I don't think he keeps it up like this. Mann is eating because Kawhi is out, but we've seen this happen where like a young player, when Mann's like in his second year, I think at this point, they sort of step up. They have this moment. But you get in the conference finals, it's a little different. You get a little lemon booty. Okay. Yeah. One thing I love about the Suns, you're going to get extreme trash talk from the Suns, and I absolutely love that. I love that. I think Aiden's going to eat this series as well, and I think if I'm Monty Williams, who again, best coach in the NBA, I think by far, in terms of coaching job, but he did a phenomenal job with the Suns this year.
Yep.
If I'm Monty Williams and Chris Paul's out, I'm putting Book back at point guard. Look at what they did in the bubble last year. Book was running a lot of point guard. You had phenomenal movement from him. That dude can shoot off the dribble like very few people in the NBA right now from a consistent standpoint. Let Book run point guard, run a lot of high screens for him. Aiden off the high screen with Book. How are the Clippers going to cover that? You're going to expend so much energy on defense trying to cover Book and Aiden in the high pick and roll. Mikal Bridges coming off that as well.
Good point.
That is too difficult for them. And I think Bridges is going to be a big defensive player for them this series. I think Bridges is probably going to have the task of covering Paul George, especially with Kawhi being out. I want to see what Bridges can do against Paul George. I think it's going to be a fun matchup.
I think the key to this series, and I'm going to give you another key player like Middleton with the Bucks series. I think Reggie Jackson has to start looking like the Reggie Jackson we saw and not the Reggie Jackson we thought was going to be Reggie Jackson. He regressed in the series against the Jazz. He needs to come out shooting. He needs to understand that if Terrence Mann takes any steps back at all, Reggie Jackson is going to have to be the one that picks up the slack. Because right now, Paul George is playing well. Marcus Morris is playing well for the minutes he's getting. Batum is playing well for the minutes he's getting. But Reggie Jackson is going to be the key to this series. Reggie Jackson's averaging 16 points in the playoffs. Again, the Jazz series was not good for him, and I think Terrence Mann took over in that spot where Reggie Jackson was missing. Reggie Jackson's got to step up for them to have any chance, which is crazy that I think that their chances lie on Reggie Jackson, but that's the dude. That's the dude. You know Paul George is going to get his. Mikal Bridges isn't stopping Paul George, not the way Paul George is playing right now. So Paul George is going to get his. Their role players get theirs. Reggie Jackson's got to step back up. And honestly, Terrence Mann, I don't think can fall that far off. This is going to be a very tough series for the Clippers. And if I had to call it now, I think we do. I think we end up seeing Suns Nets in the finals. Yeah. I really do. And that's a fun series. Even without Kyrie, I still think seeing Harden and Durant versus Book and hopefully Chris Paul back, dude, how much fun is that series? Would that series be?
I love it, and I think the NBA and probably NBA fans, sorry to the people that live in these areas, I think everyone in the NBA management staffing standpoint was probably like, dear God, don't give us a Milwaukee Utah finals.
Yeah,
we've now avoided that. There will be some level of fun in the NBA finals regardless of the matchup. Now we can all be happy. I just want Chris Paul to get a ring, right? LeBron's not able to get a ring this year.
Agree.
I want Chris Paul to have a ring so all the people can stop hating on that man because he deserves one. He's been the best point god, you could even say, in the NBA for a very long time. Let that man get his flowers.
Chris Paul, the best point guard to not have a ring behind. Well, Mike Conley doesn't have a ring either, right?
Yeah, Mike Conley does not have a ring.
Didn't have an all-star for this year. Yeah, I was going to say, Mike Conley, the other most disrespected point guard. Moving on, Major League Baseball. Story came out this week. Shohei Ohtani is going to be in the home run derby. we're going to liken this for NBA fans. We're going to liken this to having your superstars show up in the dunk contest, which is something the NBA is very bad at these days. MLB, not so much. You normally see the players you want to see in the home run derby. What's cool about this is Shohei Ohtani has essentially taken the entire Major League Baseball by storm as a two-way player. He's finally healthy. He's playing extremely well pitching. He is destroying the baseball. I think he just hit 20 and 21 last night against the Tigers.
Yep.
Ohtani in the home run derby is good for baseball, right?
Absolutely. Look, baseball is, I said it before, the problem with baseball, actually, we could have a whole entire weekly episode of podcast on this, but baseball has so many issues. One of the biggest ones, though, being their stars are mayonnaise, right? You've got Mike Trout, again, the personality of mayonnaise just does not come across as being fun. He's sort of out of the spotlight, doesn't really like getting into it. Where every other sport, players are scratching for attention. They're trying to get in your face, right? The NFL does it more so because the players are wearing helmets. You don't even know what half the NFL players actually look like. And then you're like, oh, wait, that's what XYZ receiver, or, quarterbacks, but everybody else, you're like, I don't really know what that dude happens to look like. The NBA, it is the best produced drama all year long. Look at what we're talking about in the NBA now with coaches and GMs and everything, just all the movement and players and stuff. Like the NBA, everybody. The MLB, despite them, you seeing 3/4 of their face the entire time, you don't know who the heck half these guys are.
Yep.
Shohei Ohtani is a godsend. He was one of those dudes that, like, we see the guy come over from overseas and we're kind of like, oh, we don't know, another player coming over to America, who knows? The dude is a legend. We saw his moonshots online that he was hitting. He's been doing, when he's been healthy, incredible work on the field and on the mound. I am on the Ohtani train. I don't think we're going to be on the Ohtani train for a long time, but I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time when it comes to Shohei Ohtani. Let me see this dude win the home run derby. Baseball needs that. I'm
going to clip that and play that clip back a lot. Not here for a long time, but here for a good time on Shohei Ohtani. Okay. Here, let me second part that question. Does Ohtani in the home run derby worry you at all? For Ohtani's health. Ohtani has had a history of health issues up until this year. One of the reasons Ohtani is really destroying everything this year is because he's finally healthy. There's some history to people going to the home run derby and either messing up their swing or not being able to continue through the rest of the year at the same pace.
Yeah,
especially considering he's a two-way player, his health worries me a little bit. With this.
I mean, that's what I'm going with, though. I mean, I don't think we're going to have Ohtani for 10 plus years. We're going to have Ohtani for maybe 4 to 5 more years, and then it's going to be like a DH. He's going to be what Pujols is now, where he's a hired bat that can do a little bit of something, not a lot of something, but the injuries are going to catch up with him. Yeah. The Angels are 8.5 games back in their division. They're 2 games back from second place from the Astros, who are probably still cheating their way through winning games, but I don't imagine. Honestly, use Ohtani when you can. Shohei, go out there and get your money, get that stuff. The chances of him getting injured again are probably high because it's based off his history, but I think baseball needs Ohtani, and Ohtani is going to be one of the faces of baseball for at least 3, 4, 5 years. So I'm okay with him going in, but I don't think the Angels are winning anything. So why not go out there and get your face, out there to produce your career long term?
I said this on Twitter, and I'm going to stand behind this comment, is that a healthy Shohei Ohtani is the best player in the Angels.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm including Mike Trout in that.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, Mike Trout is otherworldly, okay? But Ohtani is doing everything that Trout did and pitching. All right? And yes, he's not doing it over the same amount of time, and I understand health concerns. You say whatever you want. I truly believe that Shohei Ohtani, if he can continue this, goes right into that same area that Fernando Tatis is right now, Juan Soto. He becomes part of that let the kids play, movement that Major League Baseball. And I want to bring up something you said, because we've harped on this before. Mike Trout's personality held baseball back.
Yep.
I want to be very clear about this. Major League Baseball has one of the oldest average ages for their fans of all the major sports. And one of the reasons for that is, and I'm not saying Trout has to be this guy. No, I would never force this upon anybody, but there is some responsibility to lay at the feet of Mike Trout for not stepping up and showing himself a little bit. Express yourself a little bit. Fernando Tatis is bringing people back to the yard. People come to see Mike Trout play, for sure. Absolutely. But they don't, not mainstream. That's baseball fans.
Not the younger fan.
Right, not the younger fan. The younger fan doesn't care about Mike Trout. The younger fan cares about Fernando Tatis. Like, look at jersey sales. It's just the way it works. Shohei Ohtani immediately goes into that. And that, adding on to the fact that he's the best player in the Angels, that makes him more valuable to baseball, too. It blows my mind that we missed the boat on Mike Trout because of his personality. That really drives me crazy.
Agreed. And I think what is most frustrating about Trout, right, is like, to your point, we don't want to force someone to be on the spotlight and be uncomfortable and all those different things. But there are ways to take your personality and sort of, put it in the spotlight to a degree, right? Look at Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard is probably the most notorious NBA player, or one of the few NBA players who does not want to be in the spotlight, right?
Right.
And Kawhi's entire persona and brand has been built off that. Look at what New Balance is doing with the commercials and different things for Kawhi. It's very simplistic. It's very sort of like, tongue in cheek. They're literally driving and building everything off of that. Mike Trout could be doing the exact same thing. The quiet assassin. You can go all these different routes with Mike Trout, but for whatever reason, Mike Trout or his management or marketing around his endorsed companies have just not done that. And to me, that is a giant L. That's multiple people, but I think it's all Mike Trout as well, too. You want to be the face of baseball? You want to be the best player in baseball, to your opinion? You have to go through and do things to market yourself better, to get people to care about the game, because you can't just go out there and play, right? Every professional athlete, if they just went out there and played and did nothing else, it would kill each individual sport. You need personality. You need something to hang your hat on. You need some reason to like or hate a player. And for Mike Trout, again, it's like mayonnaise. You're like, I feel one way or the other, but it's not a big deal. It's unfortunate.
Drives me insane as a baseball fan, too. It really does, is that to see wasted opportunities like that. And again, Mike Trout's going to go down as one of the best baseball players ever. It's just such a missed opportunity to grow the game. Let's move on to the NFL. A lot of stuff going on in the NFL this week. Justin Fields has decided, he said he's backing the Bears' decision to put Andy Dalton at quarterback. I love the fact that Justin Fields has come out and said this, but part of me wants Justin Fields to be the starter for the Bears, especially when they're in a very weak division right now. The Lions have gotten rid of Matthew Stafford. They're rebuilding even with Jared Goff at quarterback. The Packers, without Aaron Rodgers, are vulnerable, especially with a lot of the rumors about Jordan Love having accuracy issues in practice and OTAs. So that's a dumpster fire waiting to happen. And let me be fair, the Vikings weren't very good last year. The Vikings are rebuilding their defense. Kirk Cousins has got a reputation as a regular season quarterback. They do have Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson, but they're honestly right now the Vikings are probably the class of the division. The Bears have an opportunity here to be very, very good. Do you think they're wasting it a little bit by not rushing Fields onto the field, or should Dalton be the answer right now?
I hear you, but I think we're getting in this weird, state of mind where we're like, oh, young players got to start day one, right? I think we need to pump the brakes. I love Justin Fields. You remember all the pre-draft talk. I was super high in this guy. I think he's very talented.
Right.
But Justin Fields also went to Ohio State, where they don't call plays in a huddle. And so now he's even having to learn how to call plays in the huddle, which is a big adjustment for a rookie, right? Commanding the huddle, understanding that, going through a new playbook, all those different things. Andy Dalton is the perfect bridge quarterback for Chicago. Chicago won. Your greatest quarterback of all time is Jay Cutler. So Godspeed on that. But Jay Cutler was a solid quarterback. But, Andy Dalton is a great quarterback.
TV star.
Yeah, 100%. Well, he used to be because, Here's the thing. I'm looking at the Bears schedule. They start out playing the Rams. They play the Bengals, Browns, Lions, Raiders, Packers, Buccaneers, 49ers, and Steelers.
Right.
And they go Ravens November 21st. And then November 25th, the Thanksgiving game, Detroit Lions. If I'm the Bears. I'm targeting the Detroit Lions game on Thanksgiving Day to trot out my young quarterback. Put him in the spotlight. I don't know how many weeks it is, probably 8-ish weeks, roughly 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks. He's going to have to get that playbook underneath of him, learn how to command the huddle. You watch Andy Dalton throw an insane amount of interceptions and mess around a little bit. You have a great opportunity to put him in the game right then, because then you're going to play the Cardinals the following week, which is going to be a fun game. You play the Packers. That might be Jordan Love that you're going up against at that point. Then you have the Vikings, the Seahawks, the Giants, and then the Vikings again. Those are fun games, a couple of divisional games. And I think at that point, getting Fields on the field is realistic, but I don't want to see him start week 1. Could he be the starter week 1? Sure. Could he have a preseason and light it up? Absolutely. But I want to see them take their time. The Bears have never had a superstar quarterback.
That's right.
Take your time to develop him, to give him all the time he needs, and make sure when you put him on the field, it is the right time. Do not rush that kid out and ruin his career. That's my fear for Chicago.
I remember back in the day when guys like Steve Young, Carson Palmer got to sit behind other quarterbacks. I remember that. And I fully agree with you that that should be what happens. That's not the NFL right now. That's not the NFL. You take a first-round quarterback, the goal is within the first season, he needs to be on the field. I'm sorry. I want Justin Fields to be like, listen, I'm competing for the starter. I don't want to be like, I'm okay with Dalton starting. No, you want to compete to be the starting quarterback of the Bears.
He is, though.
Listen, I get that, but I don't want him. I don't even want him in the media. I'm like, oh well, I want to compete. I want him. That's how you win fans over. That's how you get fans to love you. Is you say, I'm ready to compete for the starter job. I want to be here. I'm here to win.
This is Chicago, Mills. Chicago was hyping up a highlight. They had like 500,000 views of Justin Fields running a play action. I think they are so desperate for a quarterback that they had insane views on Fields literally running a play action with a bootleg and a short pass.
You're not wrong.
So desperate for anything right
You're not wrong.
now. It's like you and I, we are coming from organizations that have had success. We have won Super Bowls. We have had recent things in our livelihoods of being sports fans. We're like, oh yeah, we've won. We've won. We're good. We have franchise guys out there. Also get Big Ben out of Pittsburgh. The Bears fans have had nothing. They've had Jay Cutler. Before that, they had Rex Grossman. Prior to that, they had a short stint with Chris Leak. Shout out to Florida. They are desperate. Chris Leak had a couple games there. But here's the thing. We've been eating filet mignon, right? The Bears have been going to Applebee's for decades for quarterbacks and getting steak. They are getting a well-done steak from Applebee's. They need something. Fields is their one chance at filet mignon. They need that dude to be good.
To be fair, you get endless appetizers at Applebee's. I mean,
okay, I'm a Chili's all day. 2 for $20. Let's go.
So you brought up the Steelers and Ben Roethlisberger. Let's talk about that for a second. Dwayne Haskins this week came out to the press and said, "I'm not necessarily here to start." Right? His goal is that he wants to show people that he loves football. One of the biggest issues he had with the Washington football team when Ron Rivera got rid of him is that he thought he wasn't committed to football. And the rumors is that he was never the last guy at practice. He never really did a lot of the book work. And as a quarterback in the NFL, book work is a thing. Like, you got to be able to do film work. I know you're a Steelers fan, so there's going to be a little bit of bias, and I want you to try to look past that. Dwayne Haskins is a very talented athlete, okay? He was very talented in Ohio State, but he went from Ohio State, where he was all world and blowing the doors off other colleges, to Washington, where it wasn't the same. Like, people didn't worship him. He didn't get, he didn't win 16 games a year. He's in a very good organization with a very good coach and a very good structure around him. Is this the quarterback of the Steelers' future? If he could, or do you buy into the not loving football?
I don't think Haskins is the QB the future, but I think he's a quarterback of a couple of seasons for Pittsburgh. I think he can definitely be that guy. Here's the thing. Get Big Ben out of Pittsburgh ASAP, please. Thank you. I don't like Big Ben. I have not liked Big Ben for an incredibly long time, and I want Ben gone. Ben's clinging on to a glimmer of hope of being successful again, and maybe he throws for 4,000 yards this year, but I think he's going to be more of a detriment than anything else to Pittsburgh from a variety of reasons.
He can't throw the ball over 10 yards. Like, let's be fair. He has no accuracy and no throw power over 10 yards last season, and maybe that's an injury, maybe it's not, but he's shown his arm is shot. So as a Ravens fan, keep Ben on the team for a little while.
If you're a Steelers, if you're playing fantasy football, grab a Steelers running back in PPR this year. It'll be a good time for you. The thing with Haskins, right? If I remember correctly, he's a DeMatha High School kid, right? Mm-hmm. You obviously have, the worst owner. Well, I can't say the worst owner. Bottom 5 owner in the NFL in, Mr. Snyder over there for the Washington football team. And you have Rivera, who's more of like a hard-nosed, old-school guy. Rivera's a great coach, but a younger player like Haskins, who I like in Haskins probably closer to Juju more than I would any other personality right now.
Right.
Maybe he's not out on TikTok as much, dancing and whatever. Juju, please catch more passes this year. But I would imagine Haskins is probably more similar to that personality, where you're a guy like Rivera is not going to be able to grasp onto him and really get him. He's going to do a lot of tough love stuff, and Haskins isn't reacting well to that. We've just seen that through his career.
Right.
If there's one coach that can connect with a player, a younger player, it's Mike Tomlin. He bridges the hard-nosed, tough love sort of environment with also being one incredible players coach. There's a dude that will go to bat for his players. It is Mike Tomlin. I mean, look at all the things that have happened. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from. Mike Tomlin will go to bat for you. The dude was going to bat for Mason Rudolph during that whole situation. That's all I have to say about that one. Yeah. So I really think Haskins has an opportunity to develop, to learn, and to be a good quarterback for us. Not a great quarterback, but Haskins has a big arm. He's a smart kid. He's not very mobile, but Big Ben isn't the most mobile human being right now. So
he builds out to be a lot of what Ben had in his prime. Like you said, the only thing Haskins doesn't have for the most part that we haven't seen from him is the ability to read defenses like Ben did. We've seen the ability to extend plays from Haskins when he was in Washington. Obviously, like I said, not the most mobile guy, but moves around the pocket decently well and had to do that a lot in Washington. The problem's going to be here for me is that the AFC North is a grind right now. You're going to have Joe Burrow back with the Bengals. The Bengals are going to be a much better team this year. Cleveland is a playoff team this year. The Ravens are the Ravens right now. They look like if they can let Lamar loose a little bit in terms of the passing game and not isolate him into this run option offense, I think they're going to be much better this year. The Steelers, this might be the perfect season for the Steelers to be about halfway through and just go, you know what, Dwayne? Go show us you love football. Show us you love football. And he's going to have to do it all off the field. Tomlin is historic for wanting to see guys work off the field. He's let players start on his team that wouldn't start anywhere else because of their off the field and practice work. Haskins is in the right place. Haskins is in the right organization. He's got the right structure around him. He's got no one to blame but himself right now.
Yeah, I would love to see him be successful. The quarterback of the future for the Steelers, again, I don't think it's on the roster, but I think Haskins could definitely be a 2-year, maximum 3-year guy. Get Mason Rudolph up off the roster. We got rid of little Duck Hodges or whatever. He's gone. I need them to be bad this season. I need a top 3 draft pick. I need the quarterback of the future to be picked next season. They're not on the roster right now.
Real quick hit, because I can't go a podcast without mentioning him.
I knew it.
Aaron Rodgers, the diva of the NFL. Sorry, Packers fans, it's what he is. He's essentially taking pictures everywhere during OTAs. I'm in Hawaii. I'm on vacation. Hey, here's the fam. What's up? I hope you guys having a good time practicing. I'm not coming anywhere near the team. Dude, is it necessary to literally rub it in Matt LaFleur and the Packers' faces that he's not coming to this team?
Yes, absolutely. You need to force their hand. The Packers have said, we're not trading you. We're keeping you on this roster. Join us when you want to. Essentially giving him the preferential treatment that they think is what he wants. Rodgers wants nothing to do with that organization. Let that man go somewhere else. I don't know where the heck he's going to go right now because there is a lot of spots filled up, you know, and they're not trading him in division. So
Washington? Washington could be a great place.
Washington is a Super Bowl contender if they get Rodgers.
Immediately. Denver with an aging defense could do great things with him. He's got Jerry Judy and a decent receiving core there. Not a bad offensive line. I mean, they'll find something. Aaron Rodgers. Is Aaron Rodgers a Packer week 1? Whether he's on this, whether he's reporting to the team or not, is Aaron Rodgers a Green Bay Packer week 1 of this season?
I think yes, and I think he's gone week 3 or 4 because I think the Packers are going to be stubborn. That's what they've done as an organization. So I think he's there week 3 or 4.
I think he's gone. I think they know he's gone. I think they're trying to push this off a little bit just to make sure. But I think he's gone. I think he's gone preseason to get another team ready for him.
Trade Aaron Rodgers. Let that man be free.
Just wrap the show, brother. You know he's gone. Let him go win a Super Bowl somewhere.
I hope that people have been chilling in the GCX space station, staring at Mills' incredible chin, lack of beard, lack of chin and beard right now, and making me laugh. I'm just gonna go. I need some clips of reactions of people. That's what I need. But yo, thank you so much for tuning in live from the GCX space station. I'm Good Game Brother. That's Mills, the man with no beard, the man without a chin. Catch you guys on the next one.
Ciao.
Oh, man. See, that was right up my alley. I had it playing while I was doing stuff here in the office. Sam, were you paying attention to it? Did it all go right over your head? This is my fantasy, by the way. This is my D&D. Like this is exactly what I'm in here listening to, trying to figure out. I don't know where Aaron Rodgers ends up. I don't know if the Bucks end up beating the Nets and we see the Suns, but I agree that I want to see Chris Paul get a ring. Oh, see, this was my hour. My time to shine.
Good. I'm glad that you got that in. Hey, I'm not here to ever yuck anybody.
Oh, wait a minute. You just gave me the, I could tell you from the South. You just gave me that. Okay, sweetie, I'm happy for you. But I'm going to go ahead and do my thing over here. But I'm glad that you got that in there.
I'm excited that you got that because I'm not here to yuck your yum. I already got all my yums in.
I'm not here to yuck your yum.
That's right.
Where'd you first learn that? Where'd that catchphrase come from?
I don't know, the internet. Sometimes.
Was it the internet? Okay, that's a good one. I like that one. I like that one. Oh my gosh.
Celebrate your yum, friend.
Celebrate our yum. Okay, well, we can celebrate the yum, but of course we got to pay the bills around these parts, and we got a bunch of cool things to show you after the fact. So keep it locked here for a couple of seconds. We'll be right back.
$30 All right. We're like live here in like 2 seconds, it looks like. Or no, I think we are like 10 seconds ago. All right, boys. Your boy Mr. Q. See, it wouldn't be an RGH podcast if there wasn't some mistake, some technical difficulty. I'm like fluorescent glowing because the camera's in here.
Yeah, you gotta chill with the lighting there, bro.
Hey everyone, we are RGH, or the Real Gamer Hour. Normally we stream Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern time, but we got an awesome opportunity to celebrate raising money for St. Jude, and we're doing the podcast here on a beautiful Saturday from our home, not Florida, unfortunately. But we're gonna have a good time today. We've got some great topics.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, next year. Bring us back. We'll have some fun. Today we're gonna be talking about a bunch of different topics.
Who are we? We should probably introduce ourselves, Tash.
I thought we did. We're the RGH podcast. I mean, I'm M-Tash. This is Cactus HG. This is True Vanguard.
True Vanguard. I'm True Vanguard, everybody.
Do they need to know? Like, I feel like they should know by now. And if not, what do you do?
All right, let's start out with topic number 1. We're going to talk about a toaster causing drama. Topic number 2, console wars rage on. 3, our top 3 from E3. We'll talk about the chat's top 3 as well. Talk about how gaming does good. We have a little bit of donation incentive, but we placed it way too high. If we get, I would say right now, if we get 5K donations somehow, GCX said, maybe don't talk about the ASMR stuff, but we'll talk. As soon as we hit 5K, we'll talk about it.
Honestly, if you give us $50, we might consider it. Like, at this point, just donate some money to St. Jude. And
is there a donation link in the chat too?
Yeah, there will be some.
Is it like on a rotator? I'm sure it will be. Yeah, typically what we do, everybody, is every week we look back on the past 7 days in the gaming community, not just gaming news, but in the community as well. Like, what's going on? What do we want to talk about? Fill people in. Maybe drop some spicy takes on what's happening. And
the first one we got here is actually kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny because there's a gun. If you're not a Destiny gamer, there's a gun in Destiny called the Jotun, and people have memed on it for so long because it looks like it's like a Mega Man hand cannon, but it kind of looks like a toaster. And so Bungie, the developers of Destiny, decided, hey, why not lean into that meme a little bit? And they decided to sell on their merch store.
Well, it was for a donation goal last year for.
That's right.
At the time, GuardianCon, they reached an insane donation goal, and Bungie said, if we reach this goal, we'll make an actual Jotun toaster. Like, we're going to make it an actual thing. You can buy a Jotun toaster. And everyone, of course, they hit that goal. Everyone's been asking for it. And then recently, they showed it off. It's a toaster. It's not really shaped like it's the Jotun symbol, but it's a toaster, and it it cooks the Destiny symbol on your bread. It doesn't even toast your whole bread. It cooks like a very small amount of your bread. Maybe you can change it, but every picture they have, it just cooks the Destiny symbol, and the rest of the bread is like not even touched.
Well, it cooks the edges, and then it cooks hard in the middle of the Destiny logo.
It looks like a terrible toast. Like, I'm not eating toast out of that thing. Like, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, exactly.
But Ryan, weren't you saying that is like you can like put like any brand's logo on those types of toasters? It's like a
okay. So yeah, here's the deal. The toaster itself has it's I don't know, kind of make it's kind of similar to like Teespring in a sense, right? Where they've got shirts, and you're just paying to put what you want on it. Okay, now this toaster is kind of a similar idea. It's a third party that makes these toasters, and you can purchase the right to put whatever you want on it and whatever symbol you want on the inside. Okay, and that's what Bungie did. They paid to have the Jotun symbol, right? It's that hand on the outside of the toaster. The color scheme is supposed to be like the Black Armory, and then on the inside it makes the Destiny logo. Now, people are really upset about this because they feel like this isn't unique enough. It's not it doesn't look like the Jotun. Other than looking like a toaster.
But there's two camps. Obviously, the Destiny community has to be upset about something, but there's actually two different camps of people upset about different things. Like you said, some people are upset that this isn't a good enough toaster. They want an exact Jotun replica, right? Made out of like steel forged from the actual Black Armory. And then there's the other group of people that are just mad that Bungie's selling a toaster at all, and it's like $80 or something, and people are like think it's a big ripoff, and it's like that you added a toaster before you added a PvP map type of people.
Yeah, so but what's the fix to that argument? Add some PvP maps. It's been 2 years.
Yeah.
You eliminate one hate.
Yeah, exactly. Bungie, if they just added a PvP map, all this criticism would stop. They're like, no, we can't do that. We gotta think of something else.
I mean,
now here, let me ask you this: do you think this is a big deal, or do you think people are blowing this out of proportion?
It's a fun thing. It's like if they would have made it an actual like replica Jotun and had custom molding and stuff, it would be like a $150, $200 toaster. No one's gonna buy a $200. Well, I say that. Yeah, but someone's gonna buy it. But it's like they made it a little bit more accessible. 10% of the profits go to St. Jude's. It's for a good cause. It's just a fun thing. I think it's being blown out of proportion.
Sure.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I mean, they raised a bunch of money for St. Jude last year, and it was kind of a meme. And I mean, they didn't even think they'd hit it, but also it's like. They're a game developer. Do they have the ability to craft it? Like, are they going to get
division?
Right? Are they going to get George Foreman and be like, you make the grills? Can we do a toaster? Like, what do we do here?
Yeah. Well, this is why they can't make any PvP maps. They took the PvP map making division and put them on toaster duty.
You're on toaster duty.
We need an even cook. We need some nice dials. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly.
They had to take engineering courses just so they could figure out how to make this toaster.
Well, in addition to it, if you bought the toaster, you don't just get the toaster. You also get like an in-game emblem to show off. Yeah. So it's more than just the toaster. But I just thought it was so funny that it's like, what's the community going to be mad about this week? It's a toaster. It's a literal toaster.
Imagine like trying to explain to someone who like doesn't play Destiny, be like, so there's this toaster, and people are very upset. It's like, okay. All right, but I think that's it for the drama. Let's move on to the console wars. Some more drama, because we're going to talk about this more for the E3 event, but during E3, Xbox has been making some big moves. And one of the biggest moves is that Xbox purchased Bethesda, right? Which is huge. And so we have some of these new Bethesda games like Starfield Starfield has been long awaited. It's the first new IP from Bethesda in quite a while.
25 years.
But I think I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But it looks to be like it could be an Xbox exclusive. But these days.
Yeah, it is. It's confirmed.
Okay.
Xbox and PC, yeah.
The thing is, though, like Xbox exclusive these days, it means also PC. Like they're not. I don't think they're making it just on the actual console. I think it's
PC
Xbox. Well. It's basically a not PlayStation exclusive.
That's right.
That's all it really is. Like everything but PlayStation. And obviously, PlayStation people are not happy about this.
Yeah.
But then some Xbox people are calling them out, saying, "Hey, you guys are all for Horizon Zero Dawn." And we aren't allowed to complain. You guys just make fun of us, and then we get a cool exclusive, and then suddenly now exclusives are bad, right? And so there's a whole thing going on there.
Well, it's just because they're jealous because they want to play Starfield so bad, and they're like, "Well,
that's right." Which I totally understand, you know. And a lot of the Bethesda developers and people on the team actually weighed in on this conversation this past week in a few different interviews and some Vidocs and things like that were posted. And you even saw a little bit of disagreements within their own ranks. Like you had some people who were like, "We are so sorry. Like we understand this is not ideal for the PlayStation gamers out there. I'm a PlayStation gamer. I totally understand being upset about that. We're sorry about that, but we are committed to making an exceptional video game." And then you had people on the other end of the spectrum within their own ranks at Bethesda who came out and they said, "Hey man, it is what it is. You know, we think this is the absolute best move for the game because what it lets us do is just completely focus on making the game for a specific platform, and that's so much easier than taking up development time and cost and manpower to make the game work on this platform and this platform and this platform."
And speaking of cost, they save the money because for the viewers who don't know, PlayStation is the only console that charges game developers to enable crossplay. Like Microsoft is like, well, I don't care, we'll do crossplay. PlayStation, you got to hand over those big bucks. And we found out recently that Borderlands 3 was enabling crossplay, but it's just between Xbox and PlayStation because Borderlands 3, they're like, we can't afford or we don't want to pay the money to have it on, especially since it's an older game. Yeah, between PlayStation. So it's like PlayStation wants to be a little greedy here. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah. And I think Sony was maybe a little too overconfident going into these discussions and dealings because they outsold the Xbox Series S and X in the first quarter of 2021 by more than double the units sold. Like it looked like they're the clear winners in the console wars, you know, launching into the first real season of these next gen consoles. And so maybe they're like, yeah, you know, we got this. Maybe they saw that coming, so back when these deals were being made, they didn't feel the pressure, and now maybe they're regretting that a little bit.
I mean, I feel like Xbox, especially with Game Pass, and like, you know, Destiny, a lot of these future games, they're like, oh, by the way, if you have Game Pass, it's free on the first day. Like, it's not just like Game Pass is like old games and getting rehashed games. It's like, oh, by the way, that brand new AAA game you've been waiting 4 years for, you can play it as long as you have Game Pass. Like, that's insanity.
Which is crazy.
The value is amazing. Like, if you're a gamer, Xbox is such a win, it's not even funny. And honestly, maybe they outsold them because they just had more stock available. There's been scalpers, there's been BS where people just can't get any of these consoles. Maybe PlayStation just had more to throw around, and Xbox is going to catch up. If nothing else, Xbox is winning because of just like Game Pass. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars off that. Billions in a year.
That's a
like,
good
it's
point.
insane.
You can't go off sales. You can't go off sales because 50% of the consoles are owned by scalpers. So it's like PlayStation has sold, you know, 250,000 PlayStations. But
how many of those are in a basement somewhere?
25 people actually on PlayStation because the rest are in the hands of the scalpers.
Right.
It's like, how many people are actually playing the console? I'd be more interested in seeing those numbers because I guarantee there's so many consoles out there that have been sold that absolutely no one is utilizing.
The only thing I will definitely say about all this is I personally hate exclusives because there are people out there that they can't afford to get an Xbox and a PlayStation or a PlayStation and a PC or whatever the combination is, and then they're going to miss out on one of the potentially best games of the generation. They're going to miss out on those Horizon Zero Dawns. They're going to miss out on that. And that just sucks for gamers. And it's like, honestly, Sony, grow up. Grow up, Sony. Like, let people play together. Let people have fun together. Do you need that extra couple dollars? Because I'll tell you what, yeah, you might make some money off the developers, but you're losing people buying particular games. You're losing people who are going to like your brand long term because you seem like a tyrant. And it's like they're pulling a Nintendo in some cases where they're just like these weird gaming tyrants that aren't with the times, you know?
The console wars are like, it's like, you know, the elves versus the orcs as PlayStation, Sony, and then the hobbits is just Nintendo over there with their like little console that actually does super well, but like can barely run a mobile game. And it's like, and everyone wants like the Nintendo Switch Pro and stuff. It's like a wild triage because everyone's talking about exclusives, but like every game on Nintendo Switch is almost an exclusive. It's like odd when it's not an exclusive. Right. But Nintendo never gets criticized. Everyone just like gives them a free pass.
And it's just Nintendo.
Is it because it's been there the same
Everyone's
time?
Like, hey, it's Nintendo.
But at the same time, even that, like, can you think of how many games are on the Switch that like if you could just play it on PC, it'd be incredible. Breath of the Wild, frame rates. Some of the Pokemons with better frame rates. You know, we were talking about it. They were doing the trailer for that new Pokemon open world game, and it's dropping frames. It's having like it's like having frame tearing in the trailer, and it's like, bro, you can't even run your own game.
Did you even try?
Put that on PC. Let me run around, get my Arcanine, you know, riding around on this flaming dog and have a good time. At 120 FPS, not 14. I'm slow motion. I can't even catch an oddish because of all the lag.
I can't help but feel like Xbox is making the moves to overtake Sony in the later part of the race right now.
It's such a big deal to have an exclusive. Like the original Xbox became a thing. Xbox became a brand because of Halo. And Halo wasn't exclusive. Like, if you want to play Halo, you got to buy the Xbox.
Well, yeah, you look at several factors. So you look at the exclusives. You got Halo Infinite. You got Forza Horizon. You got Bethesda, the developers of some of the most iconic, best-selling RPGs in the history of gaming. They're now with Microsoft, confirmed having their new IP being exclusive to Xbox and PC. Not only that, not only the exclusives, but the fact that Game Pass gives gamers the ability to play brand new titles basically for free just because they pay for Game Pass, so they can dive right into these games right off the rip. Not only that, but you're also hitting a wide variety of gamer types because you've got the console gamers on the console itself, but you've also got these PC gamers who have great rigs. I don't own an Xbox Series S or X, but I have a really nice PC. I have the Xbox app. I have Game Pass, and I can play all these titles right here on my PC. And so I just feel like down the road, at some point, this has got to matter in a big way.
Well, Xbox is certainly banking on it mattering, right? I mean, like that. The thing is, as much as obviously I would rather just no game be exclusive to anything, from a practical and business standpoint, it's like they just paid what $7 billion for Bethesda. Like, obviously, they gotta get a couple exclusives out of that. They obviously want to be able to boost Xbox sales and Game Pass sales as well.
It's an interesting balance because it's like, it's probably in Xbox's best interest to get those big exclusives. And they can get Fortnite exclusive, like, you know what I mean? Like, when they get these big games like Elder Scrolls exclusive, that makes them look good. But for the developers, that is a pretty big decision because, you know, when you can have Fortnite on mobile, PC, and Nintendo, everything, then the game becomes bigger, which is, you know, something that these developers need to decide. Do we want to be exclusive to a console, maybe get a little bit of a payday, or do we want our brand to grow independently as a gaming brand?
What if it would be like, wouldn't it be easier to develop though if you only have to focus on one console and PC? That seems like, wouldn't it be?
You would imagine so.
You would imagine it would be a lot faster.
The hardware's different.
So that could be an advantage. Like, you're launching in the same kind of architecture. So who knows? Yeah. Bruh, who knows? It's wild, but the next topic is going to be the top 3 from E3. So we're going to
really quickly. You guys should probably donate. Like, I'm just saying, we're trying to raise some money for St. Jude. This is an amazing event. GCX, we've been doing it. You know, we've been going to it for years now, and we need to start breaking some records here. I think it was like $6 million last year. We got to beat that. So if you guys have even an extra dollar to spend, it can help save a child's life. So please, there should be a link in the chat there. Go ahead and donate, or even just below the stream here, there should be. So yeah,
we raised
top 3.
$100. We'll talk about the ASMR.
If you just consider
If you just even think about donating, we'll do it.
Okay, so top 3 from each.
Yeah, I was gonna say the hard thing is we can't gauge what donations happen here and what happens on the other stream.
That's true.
Because it all goes to the same place. So why just do it anyways? Who knows?
Yeah. Right. Oh, look, we raised 10K. We didn't know. What a shock, boys. All right, top 3 from E3. It was a wild E3. So much stuff happened. And Tash, why don't you kick it off here?
Okay, so number 1 for me, Elden Ring. I'm a big Dark Souls guy. It looks like an open world Dark Souls. Elden Ring has my attention through and through. I know I can play it, at my own pace. I don't have to be online with anyone. I can just enjoy. So that's number 1. Number 2, Starfield. I know nothing about it other than, hey, look at this. It's a Bethesda game. But I'm praying it's good. And now that I've looked at some more stuff, I think the Outer Worlds 2. First one, incredible game. And I'm really excited for the second one. I'm kind of in an RPG kick right now. Anything with loot and quests, I'm really into. Yeah. And just honestly enjoying gaming on my own away from streams and stuff. So any games like that I can enjoy, I'm really excited about.
You're good. You're enjoying playing actual good games instead of Genshin.
Instead of a mobile game that I loathe and I can only play for 4 minutes on stream before I run out of content.
Oh man!
I turn on stream and when the intro thing is done, I'm like, all right, guys, that was it. Catch you later. But at least I got a bunch of waifu that I get to look at every day.
There you go.
Right? Like that's the saving grace, right?
I guess I'll go next.
Go for it.
Well, I'll start with number 3. Number 3, Halo Infinite. It's really interesting, especially since it's free to play. I'm just really interested to see if they can bring Halo back. Obviously, Halo's cracked. I'm not necessarily looking to get super competitive with it, but I hope they bring back the good old Forge mode. Everyone makes custom maps, and it's just like a fun friends game to play. Cause dude, Halo 3, Trash Compactor, Tremors, Duck Hunt. These are the best party games ever made. Stairway to Heaven, so many good things. Okay, number 2, Starfield. Know nothing about it, but Bethesda making an RPG set in space. That's all I need to know, frankly. You sold me. I've already pre-ordered. I'm a simple man. All right.
I even bought the toaster.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah. Then number 1, Battlefield 2042. This game, I used to make Battlefield content before I got dragged into Destiny and never let go. So I love Battlefield. They're going back to the modern days, which is fantastic. No one wants to go and customize your gun in World War I. Oh, do you want to put a longer bayonet on? I don't care. Let me put 40,000 things. I want night vision. All right. So that's what I'm looking forward to. 128 players. Unbelievable. By far, I'm so hyped for Battlefield 2042.
Yeah. All right, my top 3, starting at the bottom with number 3. Man, number 3 for me is a toss-up between Elden Ring, which Mike already talked about, and also the new Sea of Thieves crossover with content with the Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm a big fan of Sea of Thieves.
Tuesday?
So this is happening real soon, and it's a lot of content. So it's something you can sink your teeth into real soon. And me and my wife and our best friends from college, the 4 of us have run just hundreds and hundreds of hours in Sea of Thieves, done the whole Pirate Legend grind and beyond. And so we absolutely love this game. So having some new content that looks really expansive is something we've been craving in that game for a long time. So we're looking forward to diving right into that. And number 2 for me is Battlefield 2042, which was your number 1. I'm very excited for that game. Very excited for that. I've loved, still to this day, one of the peak gaming experiences that I've ever had is playing Rush on Damavand Peak, Battlefield 3 like that. That is such an iconic gaming experience, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they progress the Battlefield series and continue along that path that made those games so successful, 3 and 4. So definitely highly anticipating that. My number 1 is Starfield. Because I'm an RPG guy to the core. I absolutely
realize
adore.
We've seen nothing about that game.
I know.
Listen,
we know
it's my number
game.
1.
We know it
most
exists.
Anticipated game, number 1, bar none. Because listen, these are the same teams that did Elder Scrolls 5 and Fallout 3, right?
Oh, another Fallout they did. This is the same people, or not the same people, but this is the same studio that did it. What's the other Fallout? that came out recently. Oh,
hey, it's recovered a bit though. Apparently,
that's had quite the resurgence, and it's got a great community boom in there.
Yeah, I mean, your list is fantastic, but that's the one thing about Starfield, dude. They put out Fallout 76, and they had that many disasters, and they had so many debacles about the
different genre, though. How do you compare those two things?
Well, no, I'm just talking about if the quality control is clearly an issue at Bethesda right now. Maybe it's a totally different studio, right? But it's like, it just does. I agree, I'm so hyped for Starfield, but the existence of 76 does cause me to just maybe be a little bit more reserved about Starfield.
Yeah,
that's why I don't have it as my number one.
I try not to hold. It's difficult because you do want to hold companies accountable for their previous launches, but at the same time, that is such a different experience. This is, I mean, this is a new RPG. It's a solo player, open world exploration RPG, and when you compare apples to apples, there are other games of that specific genre, banger after banger after banger after banger. Listen, I'm in, especially considering they've been banking on this IP for more than 2 decades now. They're heavily invested. Heavily invested. This wasn't Fallout's doing well, let's make a MMO experience. You know?
I hope you're right.
I guess one of the games that I'm kind of feeling the way, what you're saying, Kat, is Halo Infinite. Because it was like Halo Reach. I was like, I don't like Halo Reach. Like, I don't like the direction the game's going. And then 4 doubled down, and I was like, holy cow. And then number 5.
And then 5
was like, it was fine. There's some things that were okay. But like, it's just, the Halo franchise just really hasn't grabbed me. And everyone's kind of saying like, Infinite is the make or break. And it does look beautiful. But I have this little voice that's a little terrifying.
Yeah.
If it's amazing, I'm going to be so happy because I was a Halo guy. I loved it. But I don't want to get my heart broken. I'm terrified. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I've got cold sweats. I'm like, what if it sucks? And then,
dude, you're right.
And then it's done. And then there's no more Halo. Right?
Dude, I mean, last year, they had the guns made out of Play-Doh, and they had Craig the Brute. What was that game? Bro, last year, they were like, they were going to release last year. Thank goodness someone was like, brother, we cannot do this.
It looked worse than a Nintendo game. What the heck?
Yeah, Switch could have ran it last year.
That's right.
It was rough. And so, holy crap, they seem to have made a lot of progress. They made a lot of progress, and it looks way better this year, right? And they should be commended for that. But at the same time, they've like switched the like lead developer guy like 2 or 3 times. Like they hired someone, he's like, I'm out of here. Then they like got someone else, and the other guy's like, I'm out of here. And I think they hired the original guy back. And then but like clearly development has not been good. Like
it's not an ideal situation. Yeah,
you don't lose like multiple main like lead developers if everything's running smoothly, right? So clearly there's something going.
Do you know what I wonder, just really quickly on that, is in a game like Halo, where PvP is a major part of that, that franchise, even if this developer, the leads are leaving, what if the other teams are still able to make really cool maps, work on some weapon balance and some of that, the art textures? And like, I wonder if maybe they're leaving because of the story. They're saying, no, Chief can't do that because. Do you know what I mean? Like, like maybe they've written out a story and the people in charge are saying, no, I'm not making a game with that story.
Right. Maybe they don't believe the narrative.
But they could still make a map. They could still make PvP look really good. And like, that's the thing is we saw the story, like we saw that mission looked pretty trash. But then they go and show this highlight of the PvP and it looks damn good. So like, maybe that is all up to date.
It does seem like 2 separate things. Like
truly.
Like MP is on its own, free to play, and then single player is on its own. That's going to cost money. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep an open mind with Halo Infinite, but I'm going in tentatively because I have not been excited about Halo in a long time because I've just been delivered too many disappointments. So I have to admit that what they showed looked like a really good and well-polished experience, and I will definitely play it, but it's not in my top 3 because I have no excitement for the game right now.
So something in the chat that I want to say is like almost like an honorable mention is Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I am super interested in that. The Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep was the best Borderlands 2 DLC. Love the vibe. The fact that they're leaning into that and making a full game. It's going to have more melee combat and spell casting and so on. very, very excited for that.
Here's
The
the
only
thing.
problem is just Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 did a lot of things right, and it did a lot of things wrong. And, you know, no raid bosses until maybe recently. I think they added one, but no raid bosses at launch meant that you got to the end game. As soon as you got to the end game, you were done with the end game. It was like there were some bizarre choices made, and so Borderlands 3 didn't grab me the way that Borderlands 2 did, by not even close, and so that kind of gives me pause. But I still love the franchise. I'm excited for it.
Here's what I'm thinking:
Absolutely.
is if you look at like Titanfall, awesome game. Titanfall 2, really good game, good campaign. But then they took the bones of that and they make Apex, and it turns into its own thing.
Yeah.
Extremely successful, amazing thing. What if Tiny Tina does that? You know, they've taken the bones, they've taken that formula, they've taken some of the loot, they've taken, you know, they can animate cool abilities, they can animate enemies, they know what they're doing. How do we know that this game won't be one of the next big things? And it's just like sitting there. And that's the thing I'm always wondering is like, these companies, they're eventually going to make that next banger, that next thing that is a AAA, unbelievable, unanimously loved thing. We get a lot of stinkers, like we absolutely do. But what if this is one of those ones where it just shines? That's my big hope for Tiny Tina is like, I've loved the Borderlands universe, but what if this is just that change that I need? I like the goofy quirkiness. I like the looting. But for some reason, I get kind of bored with a lot of the guns in Borderlands for some reason. I just don't grind that game the way I have other RPG games. If this one has some skill trees and you could cast spells and you know, maybe alter them, it could be a really big thing for someone like myself.
You know, and they earned a lot of good faith in that sort of fantasy genre with Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep. Like that DLC was just so good, and it did let you do some sort of spell casting things, like some of the grenade mods you could pick up were actually
the fireball,
and the fireball, So all of that, and not only that, but even just like the sort of fantasy world elements, like you're fighting orcs and trolls and the tree ants that are marching through the forest. And all of that stuff, they did exceptionally well. And so, I mean, I have a lot of faith in them within that subgenre to produce some pretty interesting content. So I'm definitely excited to try it out.
And maybe that art style just works better with enemies like that too. Like it works the way it does, but like when I see like a big cel-shaded ant and orc, I'm like, okay, I want to fight that.
Yeah.
And so
and it was it's like there's so many like references and stuff to that fantasy genre, Lord of the Rings references, all that stuff. They can like lean into that and like kind of leaning on the tropes as well. I think it just has so much potential. I'm really looking forward to that game.
Regardless of E3 though, the biggest news, like the thing that everyone's most hyped for, is the Borderlands movie though, right? Anyway, we'll save that for another episode. Okay.
How many cameos is Pitchford gonna have in the movie? How many times is he gonna be in the background?
He's gonna be every character. Hey, it's me, Roland.
I hope that movie's good. It has a lot of potential. Certainly, it's a good universe, but some of the casting has got me scratching my head. Certainly for that. I mean, most famously, Kevin Hart as Roland. Roland's the straight man. He's like the very serious guy for the entire franchise.
Yeah.
What's going on?
He's like 6'2", bulky, wide shoulders.
He's very like matter of fact,
stoic.
No jokes coming from him.
Did you guys watch that movie though? Where with Bryan Cranston in the wheelchair? Kevin Hart plays like a pretty serious character in that one. Like he might be able to pull it off, and it could shock us. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think it's called The Upside. Is what it's called.
I hope it all comes together, but it's like every casting that I've been like, what?
I think what happened is they showed up to filming one day of Jumanji to ask The Rock. They're like, Dwayne Johnson, can you be Roland? And he's like, I got some other stuff going on, but hey, here's my buddy Kevin Hart. You can chat with him about it.
No, I think they're probably at like just at some sort of event, and Kevin Hart watched Randy Pitchford's magic trick, and he's like, "You're in. You're cast right away.
I like your magic. You're hired.
You're hired on the spot." All right, let's decide to move on here to potentially the second to last.
Yeah, second to last. Who knows?
Which is Gaming Does Good. TV, why don't you take this one? Go ahead.
Okay, happy to. You know, one of the things that we love so much about GCX and in the past years, Guardian Con, as it's been rebranded since then, is really just the amount of good that they do philanthropically, talking about all the donations, really significant donations that the gaming community through sort of funneled through GCX, all these donations that they're able to give, we're talking millions of dollars, like huge astronomical figures. It's really interesting if you break down some of the major donors for St. Jude, and this isn't, I want to make sure we're not like trying to undercut or undervalue the donations that anyone else makes, but you look at the corporate world and there's some big name corporations that don't do as much philanthropically or probably around right on par. And it's so cool to see how a gaming community that's largely composed of individuals, people like you and me, and people in chat who are just getting excited about the opportunity to support, children of St. Jude and to further the research, to help build new facilities, to help develop new treatments, all of that stuff. And so, you think of, like, for example, I think Domino's right now holds the record for the most money committed in terms of donations to St. Jude's, and their commitment was like 10 million a year for 10 years, so totaling 100 million. And it's really cool to think about how that's really not that far off from what GCX is able to produce and what people like you and Chad are able to produce. That's so cool.
We're at 3.6 this year right now already, partway through, right? And it was like 6 last year. So I mean, that is incredible, the scope of that. And I think the beauty of it is it isn't one guy. It's not Ninja and Shroud showing up and dropping all the cash, but it's some companies and some big streamers and $1 here and $1 there, and it adds up, and it's this big community thing, this big community push. And without coming together like this, it would never reach $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $6 million. That is changing lives, and it's cool to be part of something like that, even if we're just a tiny part.
It's also such an amazing thing because even still, gaming and gamers can have some negative connotations, right? You'll see the newscast talking about gaming. Is your child gaming too much or whatever? Yeah. But this shows no, like, gaming is not a negative thing. It's a very positive thing. It's a positive thing in a lot of our lives. And when a bunch of gamers get together, they can, do just as much as, if not way more than these massive corporations. So which is a really exciting thing.
Yeah, it's cool too because it honestly, not only is it inspiring, but it also kind of puts some pressure out there. It's like, look at what a bunch of gamers are able to accomplish through this annual convention that they take part of.
Hey, Jeff Bezos.
Macy's is over here like, okay, maybe we gotta step that. You know what I'm saying?
Gamers raise this much? Oh.
Yeah, let's just donate 0.0% of our profits. Like, that's the thing is, like, Bezos alone, like, not even Amazon, like, just Bezos could, like, just drop so much money that could change lives. And it's like, no, I need $80 billion instead. Like, that's much more important.
Like you said, this is a good thing because it's just a conglomeration of a bunch of individuals that is donating these big amounts. And it does put pressure on these companies because if they do try to, like, lower the ball, people can point to this and say, well, you're not even donating as much as a bunch of gamers. And they're like, oh, okay, well, you don't even...
They don't even have jobs. They live in their mom's basement. At least I do.
So it's like, it is great. It just ups the interest, it ups the excitement. It just, overall, it's going to lead to more dollars to good causes, which is fantastic.
And, like, what's crazy is this event is also relatively young. Like, it is only growing. It is continuing to grow. And, the other thing too is we're not in Florida right now doing this big event in person, and it's still popping off. It is still doing so amazing because we have this ability to do it online and, reach people that they can't come to events, but they can tune in online and they can enjoy the event from Twitch. I mean, there's 600 people in here. The GCX event right now has another like 6,000 people watching there. And it's so cool that, you don't have to be on location to do good. We can do it across the globe. And that's amazing.
And I only see that getting better. Because if you look at some of the trends in live streaming in the past few years, I mean, it kind of helps to contextualize what we're seeing in events like this. I mean, since 2019, the number of vocational streamers has doubled. It's actually double. That's it's not like it's an increase of 20%, 50%. It's 100% increase in vocational streamers out there. There's a lot of people who have a platform now, especially with you think of the way that the pandemic affected the entertainment industry, and where people are starting to funnel their attention. Live streaming has been popping off. In fact, recent studies have shown that they're predicting that the live streaming industry is going to be worth, I want to make sure I get this right. Let me see what that article said. It was $184 billion by 2027 if it follows current trends.
That's almost enough. That's almost enough money for Twitch to get a proper set of rules in there.
Oh no!
Oh no! Topic number 5, we're going, baby. Last minute. I'm just kidding.
I mean, they got a lot of problems. I mean, we can get into that, but
oh brother, do we got another 45 minutes just for that? Like, you know what I mean?
And you know, the crazy thing is though, is because we were talking about big brands, is a lot of these brands, I've kind of slept on the streamers and the YouTubers a little bit, and they're not advertising there, but now they really are. Like, you're seeing pharmaceutical companies reaching out, like for sustain eye drops, and you're seeing your boy's sponsored by Taco Bell. I mean, right?
I was gonna say,
it is
you see
crazy.
These brands reach out to you, MTash. I don't see these brands.
Right.
No, but they're reaching out to good content creators, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was gonna say, if they're reaching out to you, they're certainly not reaching out to live content creators or content creators without a dead channel. Because me and you, we share that in common. We share a bond, our dead channels together, which is BS. Because why I need this?
Yeah, we're meeting up next week for a funeral because those views are tanking
for both of our channels. Exactly. Now, but I do agree with you though. It is crazy. You'll see these companies spend X amount of dollars or whatever on a billboard, and it's like, who actually looks at a billboard, writes a number down as they drive by? And you'll see now that it's changing into actually getting these streamers not only just sponsorships, but just more corporate money in general. Lets people make better content, lets them do things, and it's just better for the environment. Because especially leading back to what we were talking about earlier, if you get more corporate interest in events like this, that's more donations as well. I know Logitech is a big part of this event, and that's fantastic. That's a huge brand lending their expertise, lending their resources to help St. Jude's, which is great.
No meme,
and everybody wins there.
You're gonna see Ninja streaming from McDonald's down the road. They've done Lollapalooza. They're gonna do stuff like that, or instead of spending all the money on the Super Bowl, they're gonna be $1 million here for Shroud, $1 million here, $1 million here, $1 million. They're gonna spread out that marketing budget to these content creators, and we're just seeing the beginning of where streaming is going to go. They're going to get paid eventually, like some professional athletes, because the thing is you're paying NHL players $5 million a year.
How much influence do they have, though?
Exactly. Some streamers are getting more views than the NHL does on a night of a hockey game. And if you look at NBA and NFL, some of these other sports that are a lot bigger. I mean, NHL is big in Canada, but if you look at the NFL, maybe not hitting those numbers just yet. But it's just getting bigger. As you said, $184 billion industry, 100% growth in streamers, earning money, doing well. It can only go up.
Not only that, but an advertisement in front of, for example, 10,000 people on one platform is not the same as the exact same ad in front of 10,000 viewers on a different platform. Platform matters. And so, for example, if it's somebody that the viewer trusts, is somebody the viewer tunes into on a regular basis, they like their opinions, they tend to line up with their own critical viewpoints on a lot of different topics. If I'm watching a content creator that I tune into all the time, I'm going to take an advertisement that they promo a lot more seriously than when I'm watching an NFL game, because during the commercial times, I'm getting up and get another beer. I'm on my phone, you know what I'm saying?
So what we're saying is, please sponsor our 3 dead channels, guys, please. So I think that's our time, though. We're at our limit. So I think, right, Tash, or you know.
You got that timer over there. What are we looking like, Mike?
We have 8 minutes, and from what I can see here, it actually looks like someone just donated $10,000. His name was
crazy.
His name was ASMR Lover. And so, I mean, we might as well talk about it. The meta of Twitch
what a shock
has been changing like crazy. We had the hot tub meta, and there's the console wars, but now there's the gamer wars. They're like, you are wearing bikinis on our streaming platform. It can't be done. Now you're licking microphones on Twitch, and that can't be done. But we actually saw some kind of crazy stuff. So with the hot tub streams, they were doing it in the just chatting section, and they moved them into the hot tub section. Now
have their own hot tub.
Yeah, they have their own category, and everyone is like, you know what? Make your money. Make your money. You're doing your thing.
Do your hustle.
We said it too. We said it 100 times. It's like, whatever. Like, the people that are watching those streams, bro, they're not
my viewers.
They're not watching you play Warzone. They're not watching you play League of Legends. They want to watch a hot chick in a bikini. Brother, can't blame you. But here's the thing, is some of those channels, once they moved them in the other directory, it's just not as popular as just chatting, and so they saw some viewership go down. So they decided to jump into a new directory, ASMR. And now we're getting farting streams, ear licking streams, and
it just helps me fall asleep.
Yes, yeah.
It helps me fall asleep.
100%.
I can't go to sleep if I don't hear some gentle ear licking noises. It's just who I am. That's what I tell my wife when she looks at my search history. It's all good, baby. We're just falling asleep.
But the thing is now two of the bigger players, we saw Amaranth and Indie Fox, get banned. And so Twitch has said, hold on, this is now starting to cross the line. People are talking about it. It's been this huge debate going on. And it's like, where do you draw the line? Some people get an emote where it's just the torso of an animated character getting banned for sexuality. And then it's a girl in a literal bikini showing off her body. And it's like, well, that didn't get banned. And again, we've circled to this 15 times on the podcast. Twitch just doesn't know how to enforce rules. They don't know what the rules are.
No hate at all should ever go to the streamers. They're just doing their thing,
They're doing their
bank.
hustle.
More power to them. The problem is that when Twitch takes one rule a certain way and maybe doesn't enforce it too seriously, and then takes other rules and enforces them extremely seriously, we saw a poor woman get banned indefinitely because she went to go pick up some food that was delivered by like Uber Eats, and her daughter went and interacted with the stream a bit. And Twitch said, wait, there's a rule about underage streamers. So they banned her account. And thankfully, because the internet and gamers are awesome, they came together and said, this isn't right. They recognized that something wasn't fair, and she got reinstated. Would she have if gamers didn't come together? I honestly don't think so. So
Mike, would your channel have been restored when it was if there wasn't such an outrage?
I got banned for a week, and then everyone was like, hold on here, something's wrong, and they unbanned me. But it's like, if there was no
telling
outrage,
people not to bully someone.
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing, is they're
like, what are you doing, Twitch?
Context matters. But does it? And I think that's the frustration, is people just want to understand, what can I do and what can't I do? And just be told what it is. People are getting copyright strikes. People are getting all this stuff, and it's like, no one knows. No one feels safe.
Another one of the most important sort of ways to come at this conversation is people get too hung up on, is the sexuality right or wrong? That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is something entirely different. Is Twitch the right platform for that specific type of content? And this is where it gets sticky, because what will happen, we've seen it happen on other platforms like YouTube.
On YouTube, yep.
When content goes unregulated and you have advertisements from big companies that are on that content, sometimes those companies say, wait, our advertisement is playing on what kind of stream? On what kind of content?
You don't want
we
some,
need to rethink this.
And there goes Coca-Cola. Enjoy a nice Coca-Cola family brand. And you're like, whoa!
So that's where I think we have to step in and say, listen, we have to draw the line somewhere, because this is not a victimless thing. At a certain point, it's actually going to start hurting the revenue streams of other streamers. You got the guy out there who's doing completely family-friendly content. He's not even swearing. He's playing T for teen games and has a really positive, uplifting kind of a stream and energy going on. And now his content is going to be receiving less revenue because advertisers are afraid to put their ads on that platform. So even though he did nothing wrong, he's actually taking a very clear and direct hit to his income because of what someone else is doing on the same platform.
Or
That's
Twitch
where
Twitch
matters.
needs to allow people to sponsor certain categories and certain streamers easier, so that doesn't happen. So they don't have to worry about their ads ending up somewhere they don't want them to.
And that was literally what happened with the PewDiePie Adpocalypse thing. There was the clip of him playing PUBG. You can find it. That led to months and months. We're not talking like a couple days. We're talking months and months of people being demonetized on YouTube. Billions of dollars of ad revenue lost because
it wasn't just because it was because like
that was a catalyst, and then it led
very
to
sus unregulated videos of like war zones and stuff like that, right? And it's like, and then it would be like Coca-Cola, and you're like, whoa, But but it's also maybe advertisers need to learn that like obviously if they're sponsoring Twitch in general, it's not their fault, and like
they're playing
no
roulette
one
a little bit.
No one blames them though. No one's like, wow, Coca-Cola supports this. It's like, no, it just randomly ended up here by accident. I think most people realize that, but very nuanced. Hard topic. All we know is that eventually we are doing an RGH hot tub stream, baby. All three of us in the hot tub. We're doing it. Let's do it. And that's all I know from this whole thing.
Right. Actually, I watched a video from Ludwig, and he made a video about it. And he's like, I like Amaranth and all that stuff, but there is these kind of weird levels where it's just like, is this too much? Is it not enough? And he kind of makes a comment. He's like, put that on the TV in the living room. And just see what your parents say. Like just see what they say, and then I think you've got a pretty good idea. Like if you're a kid watching, just do that and see like, is that family friendly? Because he kind of goes to Soda Poppin' and he's playing World of Warcraft. He's like, this is considered a mature audience. Like I can't even watch a stream until I click. I'm mature. But then you go to these other ones and it's just like, hey, look at this. And so it's even if you just moderate it better or force them, to be labeled correctly. Maybe that fixes it, but it's a wild west out there. It's a wild west in streaming and content.
You're gonna see this though. Like you said, streaming is increasing massively. The number of streamers have doubled. People are gonna do some crazy stuff to get ahead, right?
They're trying to get seen,
and it's working. Like you have a million streamers. Twitch does not do a very good job of promoting new streamers, right?
So you got to stand out somehow.
You got to stand out somehow.
And if licking a mic gives you 28,000 viewers, then Pog. Like seriously,
Pog champ, dude. There's more viewers than I get. Like that's for sure.
We only have about 45 more seconds. So thank you so much for having us. If you haven't donated already, make sure to donate. There's a link down below. There's a link in the comment section or the Twitch chat there. This has been an amazing experience. Hopefully we can see you next year. This is the RGH podcast. Yeah, huge thank you. Go.
Huge thank you to the random person who donated the 10K so we could talk about the AMR stuff.
We appreciate it.
It's not our fault. It was the donations. It's not our fault.
We appreciate it. We are the RGH podcast Wednesday night, every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'm MTashed.
I'm Kakas HD.
Our podcast is on YouTube. I'm True Vanguard.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
You'll find us. Thank you so much.
Professionals.
This is a lot of fun. Hopefully you had some fun and keep raising money for St. Jude. That's it. I think we're done. I think we just stop it. We just stop it?
All right.
Hello?
I don't know.
Welcome back, everybody. This is actually our last welcome back.
A somber moment.
It is. I mean, Rukari and I have had a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for all the panelists and everybody that has been able to put some work and some effort into the main stage event. But just a reminder that the marathon where you can donate to St. Jude and keep pushing for the kids is still ongoing. So make sure that you get over there to twitch.tv/GCX event for that. But we're not fully done yet over here. Even though Rukari and I are about to be signing off here shortly, what do we have for everybody still?
I mean, G4 has returned. So have we, I guess, in a sense. Everybody's returned. It's the year of the comebacks. So we've got a ton of content coming from them. So we encourage you to stay on here. But Sam, I got to say, it was an absolute blast from meeting you in the disrespectful heat and humidity of Florida to being able to do this one. It was fun. And of course, chat, having you guys all here with us as well makes it all worthwhile. But keep it locked because, again, like Sam said, we're done. But the show isn't over. Yeah, the show isn't over. That, and we already filmed promos for 2022.
Yeah. We're going to see you next year.
We're going to see you. Yeah, you can't get rid of us. You just shove us off to the side. So with that, G4 has returned, sweat and all. So we'll go ahead and roll it. Bye-bye from us and enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the G4 panel at GCX. We hope that you are enjoying this at the time in the future when you see it, because we are all time traveling right now, and we're very happy that you're here. Joining me, we have some illustrious guests from G4. I will allow them to introduce themselves, and then we will get into what it's been like getting G4 back up and running.
Who wants to go first?
You go first.
Don't everyone rush.
You go first, Frost.
Hi, I'm Frosk. This is Avalie.
He said introduce ourselves, not introduce the person next to you.
Yeah.
Very much. But yes, I am Avalie. Hello. Do we, Gerard now? Is Gerard next?
Thanks for the toss, guys.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gerard Khalil. I am known online as the Completionist.
I'm Adam Sessler. I'm known online as Adam Sessler. I maintain janitorial services for G4. And if you saw the messes that these people make, it's definitely a full-time gig.
Fairly clean. I'm fairly clean. The only place where I make a mess is in my own house, and that's why I never leave there, because I can't find the exit.
That makes sense.
Complete lie, actually.
Yeah, I believe you are like season 8 of Hoarders.
Is that
And 9 and 10.
How are you, Ben?
I'm good. I'm curious if the beach house is easier to get out of than your home.
Get out of? I mean, listen.
Well,
Jerry
you mentioned
has
having
put a
difficulty
couple
leaving, so.
padlocks. Yeah, Jerry put a couple padlocks on the doors because, sometimes he's like, hey, I want you to sit down and play, I don't know, an obscure game that I've never heard about, but he got it for cheap because it was on a Steam sale, and I can't leave until I've completed the game. So in that sense, it's hard to get outside of the beach house, but I don't know. Frosk, if you had better.
I just use the window. The bathroom downstairs has an open window, and I can, if I lube up enough, I can squeeze out of it.
Also, the beach house is in a part of Burbank, and you probably know beautiful Burbank in the valley.
Beautiful, gorgeous.
There's no beach.
Just lovely.
There's a part of Burbank where people live. This is not in that part. It's more like warehouses and things like that. So if you do manage to make it outside, you still have a lot of work to do to sort of find civilization in some shred of humanity.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain this office will be featured on like America's Most Wanted, and some sort of like serial killer has buried some bodies in some back alleys.
Yeah.
So
it might be Frost.
So you escape into a giant desert of warehouses. So it's really just well positioned to make sure that the fun things can happen and stay done. So I wanted to start, obviously, for individuals at my age, G4 was a big part of my formative years and understanding what content creation even was back then before we had a smart word for it. I would love to know whether you're new on the roster at G4 or you've been there for a long time. What's it like, working at G4 again, or getting a chance to work there for the first time ever?
Fear factor. I thought I was signing up for G4, and it's no, Avalie, Gerard.
I can go last because I feel like I can go next. I'll do that. We're both on the same camera. So I feel like a little bit different from a lot of my co-hosts at G4 because I missed the original G4 run by I think just like 2 or 3 years.
You've aged yourself.
Just because I was a little too young, and then my parents didn't want to pay for premium cable channels, so I had never heard of G4 until Jerry knocked on my door and threw a briefcase at my face.
Did you hear that, Adam? People didn't want to pay for you.
I also am laughing at the fact that we were available on premium. We kind of snuck in the door with like the Golf Channel and maybe something else, like the Tin Can Channel or something like that. And then they're like, oh, what's this? G4. And then some people watched and some people didn't.
Yeah, so because I didn't watch beforehand, I ended up going through like a lot of old X-Play videos, and I saw Adam with like really interesting haircuts and clothing choices. Like you had like that bright red shirt.
Yeah. I'm very familiar with that shirt.
And then there were even some really cool parts where me and Adam were freaking out about this because the old X-Play studio is now the new LCS studio, which is where I've worked for like the past few years. And I'm like,
wait, you're in this hallway? Like, this is the hallway where I go to cry. Like, it's crazy. We were both here before. So I'm personally super excited to join G4 and kind of join in on like the wacky stuff that I've seen them execute on in the past, and hopefully make it a little bit weirder and then a little bit weebier.
Oh, that's the best part.
For me, today's technically my first day, as I was just announced. So this is like my first real day on the job. So as far as working here goes, we're about 20 minutes in. So it's my first day on the job. But I think for me personally, G4 was a huge part of my life growing up. I used to work retail selling video games, and anyone who's worked a retail job knows that it's long hours. You feel really unappreciated. It's all these conflicting feelings. If you like your environment, you like your coworkers, but you're kind of just going towards nothing. And I just remember countless hours of me taking a lunch break and, watching E3 coverage via G4 or watching, sketches. I think my favorite sketch from G4 was the Emperor Palpatine Gets a Job, where Emperor Palpatine works at a temp agency. And that just always one of my favorite sketches. And I think for me, it's just super surreal that, that was 15 years ago. And so now I'm here, in the YouTube content creation space, now working at G4. It's really a weird childhood dream come true type thing.
So for me, G4 was a big part of my life as a grown-up. It's neat coming back, and I would say during the interim, when I left Rev 3 and I was just kind of in the wanderings of let's do a tech startup. Oh, I'm a consultant because that's the only word I can apply to myself. I was still playing video games and doing all of that, and ever so often I'd be playing something and like that sentence would come into my head about how I wanted to describe it, and I suddenly had no vessel with which to do that with. And so it's kind of, I think there's just a lot of pent up like sentences that I'm able to sort of bring back and have them find their place. But no, and it's also really, really cool to come back with the game industry having changed so much since I left. I mean, the explosion of multiplayer, everything that like Frost and Ovally cover, really happened in my absence. And I'm so glad they're here so I don't have to try to explain it. And then obviously Gerard, who puts me to shame with what he can pull off in a game. I mean, no, it's just like, I'm always like, I'm going to complete this game. And like, then I'm like, I'm so not completing this game. And so perseverance, intellect, and then boldness. So it kind of runs out the necessary trinity of what you want on a gaming television network.
That's excellent. I too can attest that being bald is a massive plus. People love it. They're big fans.
I just showered like 15 minutes ago. I don't have to blow dry anything.
It's
Listen,
great.
In the weird Triforce, it's like the one of power is baldness.
I would agree with that.
I think there's something to it.
When I shaved my head, I felt great power course through my body the first day I shaved my head. I have a question then, Gerard, for you specifically. For anyone else that might be joining G4, considering this is your first day, do you have any first day advice?
Oh man, try and show up early, because LA is the land of lateness. No matter how early you're like, I'm gonna show up on time and get up at 6 a.m. like I did today, and then you arrive 10 minutes late. There's nothing worse. As an actor, as a performer, there's nothing worse than coming to a late call time. So yeah, just show up earlier than you think you're going to need to get there for.
So it's wacky, but it's serious. You better show up on time. But we're having a good time.
I didn't get in trouble for being late, but it's that actor thing of me of like, oh crap, I wasn't here early enough.
Nope. I know exactly what you're talking about, Gerard. It's especially when I moved back to San Francisco from LA. I was showing up to things an hour and a half early because I just still couldn't compute how distances had collapsed here on this tiny little peninsula, and this overriding desire that I have to be on time. So I was really annoying. I was always showing up to someone's party like when they weren't ready. I just sit there in the corner.
Or like literally filling up the chip bowl and you're just like in the corner eating it.
Like, hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Yeah, I always want to be early too. But then you run the risk of the too early. and the chip bowl. So Adam, you mentioned that you had all this pent up creative energy, and that the gaming space has evolved so much in this 15-year sort of downtime. So I'm really curious, just from like an overall perspective, and this is a question for everyone, how has the evolution of the gaming landscape sort of informed the way that you are approaching your content now? So obviously there's new things that aren't there that matter now, and things that are missing. So, what's that been like?
I'll take this initially. It's kind of what I touched on earlier. Is I never really loved sort of the position I had on old X-Play, which was I am the master of all knowledge. And no, that's not true. I knew a lot, and other people were writing things for me that gave me the sense that I knew more. And I think with obviously the sense of having a lot of diverse and various talent on G4, it kind of starts to answer for what's happening in the multiplayer space, what's happening in the shooter space, what's happening in the single player space, what's happening in the indie space. That it kind of recognizes that diversity shouldn't be funneled through kind of not faux expertise but overstated expertise, and that acknowledge the fact that you can't it's jack of all trades, master of none, or a bunch of masters. And maybe, I don't know, my analogy's dead, but you understand what I'm saying.
I think one of the biggest changes is just how content is consumed, and like the different channels that you consume content through. G4 was kind of what, like, Twitch and YouTube wouldn't exist in their current iterations without something like G4. And I love what you said about, G4 was content creation before we had like a specific word for it. And now with Twitch and YouTube and social media, you can go into these very niche areas like what Adam is talking about, like kind of master of none, or you like over-index in specific expertise. And I think it's really shifted the landscape about kind of what kind of conversations are happening in gaming, where it used to be where you'd go to Blockbuster or like Hollywood Video on your Friday nights, and you pick out what game you were going to rent that you would stay up all weekend playing, and you'd get like your Nintendo magazine or your PlayStation magazine, and you'd read like all the interviews about the developers, and you knew what names were attached to what games, and you could follow different developers. And now that doesn't really exist in the same capacity. There aren't any sort of, like, there are medias that will cover this type of stuff, but it's not as mainstream as it used to be, where you'd have sit down interviews and be able to follow that. And so now you're either in a conversation where people have so over indexed into a game that they know everything about it, and you can have just the most intense conversations about one thing, or there's a lot of things that are actually slipping through the cracks in terms of the mainstream in gaming. And so it's very like hot and cold depending on kind of what area you want to be. And then it's also the fact that we're mainstream now. It used to be back in the day that G4 was still fairly niche with tech and gaming and all of that, and now everyone and their mother plays a video game of some kind. Like, it truly is that nerds have taken over the world with Marvel Cinematic Universe and all of these things. So I think it's also G4 kind of coming back and seeing that everything's on fire, and they were the ones that lit the fire, and like, okay, now do we throw more oil on this? Do we try to put it out? Do we like put this fire into something else, and figuring out what to build on top of what they started?
Yeah, what she said. No, I was focusing on what you were saying. I'm like, I forgot what I was gonna say, because I'm like, okay, tell me more. Tell me, like, yes, mom. Okay, just keep going. No, but I mean, like, the biggest thing, how I've seen kind of like the gaming landscape change. Thinking like when I was little, there was maybe me and then two other people who played games together, and we didn't know about G4.
You get beaten up at lunch.
I hid in the tube slide with my Game Boy Advance, and that's where I would play Pokemon.
I hid in the computer room.
That's so smart.
Computer room?
Yeah.
I hid behind rocks because we didn't have computers or slides.
What do they call it? The abacus or whatever it is? The little calculator?
No, we weren't even there yet. It was just we just kind of pitched pebbles at each other, and that's how we figured out currency.
I was trying to figure out what handheld game Adam was using then in a cave. Like, at that point, it just feels like you're holding two squirrels together and making them fight. It's like, haha, this is Street Fighter.
It's a very different game, obviously.
Slightly different.
What I was going to say, Gerard, you probably have a much better thing than I do.
Sure. Well, I think it's important. I think it's important that
my co-host.
George.
No, it's okay. I think it's important that people recognize that what G4 is now is as a result of of what we knew back then, right? You know, the climate of YouTube and Twitch and now even TikTok and Facebook has become this elevation of anyone can be a creator, anyone can start a business this way and succeed their own way. And a lot of that is because of G4's grassroots, and they kind of started the early foundation of what is considered, you know, mainstream success gaming. You know, when I talk about G4, I remember it specifically as a place where my gaming interests align on a network that I can watch all the time. And, you know, in the heyday where television was consumed almost as it was being produced. Nowadays, everything's on demand. You know, you've got your apps, you've got your DVRs, you've got your binge sessions, right? Where a show comes out and you want to watch the whole thing back to back. And so I think it's important that as this new version of G4 comes out, that everyone, you know, both old and new, work together to kind of show, hey, like, we're trying our best to find the balance between nostalgia and, you know, what people expect of something of a modern G4.
Talk.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say that there's also a benefit to that, you know, to what Frost was saying is that, you know, we've created it where it's so easy where if I only like X, or I think I only like X, I just go consume the X content. And that this is that opportunity where, like, yeah, I don't know much about MOBAs. I am slowly, through osmosis, learning about MOBAs from the two people above me. And, you know, and these are, you know, some of those other benefits, you know, like with Ratchet and Clank. Last week, we were playing it on at the beach house. Amelie had never played a Ratchet and Clank. I don't even, Austin Creed hadn't played one either. And so it was them discovering a franchise that I absolutely love. And I think that all of that kind of passes on to the audience, where instead of this sort of factional thinking, which is always going to be endemic to games, PlayStation fans versus normal people. Yeah, I said it. I mean, it's, you know, that you start to get a better understanding. You know, that may not mean that you're going to end up now dumping a bunch of hours into League of Legends, but at least you have something to talk about with other people. It's yeah. I do think the tribalism and factionalism inside of gaming, it's a result of a good thing, which is diversification. But now it's gotten a little silly, and when I hear the call of silly, I will arrive.
I just want to put like a bow on this and wrap it kind of like back around to the content. I was having this discussion with one of my producers yesterday, and I really feel that G4 in both its iterations should really exist in the editorial space. And I don't know if that's like the word that we would use to describe it, but like people think that editorials are dead because newspapers have died, but editorials are like stronger than ever. Like every single Twitch stream is basically an editorial. That you're specifically going into. And you know, with things like X-Play and Adam Sessler and having Gerard here, I just think that G4 is the comedy editorial. You know, you come because you want to have fun and you want to laugh, but also you want to know what Adam Sessler thinks about this game. You want to know what Ovalie thinks about this tournament or Bayonetta or what weird anime thing that she's probably going to be obsessed with. And I think that's like the healthy space that it will exist, and it will just go through a comedic lens.
Yeah, I love what you said about editorial. Like that is kind of that's the mental slot that G4 kind of always occupied in my mind. Not only was it like, this is where I can go to have common communication with anyone else that gamed, so that way I at least knew what was going on, because my family didn't have a lot of money. I love games, but I didn't get to play them. So G4 was a lifeline for me, and in that way. And what I liked about what you're mentioning and bringing up the past and using it for the future is something Gerard mentioned was G4 now is kind of bringing this history into a new context. This comedic lens, the language that you're learning, G4 has learned to speak in, 2021. And it doesn't sound 15 years old or anything like that. So I'm curious, because it seemed it was a thread that ran through everything you all were all talking about. What is it about G4 now? And using these new voices, being able to talk in hyper-focused, arenas, but being able to bring that context to someone like me who doesn't follow MOBAs, but I can still have a good show. It's really incredible to see the talent roster that you have. So I'm curious, what does that history mean for how you're approaching things now? It's a big question. I apologize.
I was just giving space for everyone else.
I mean, I can't speak to like the history of G4, but I think the esports show, what we've been doing, is a pretty good example of taking something that is super niche and trying to explain it to the average day person, because esports goes deep sometimes and you need to have a ridiculous amount of, oh, well, the reason why microwaves are a meme in the esports is a pro player named Dyrus was microwaving a Hot Pocket and set it to 4 hours instead of 4 minutes and almost
set his house on fire.
And so now, you know, we'll make fun of Hot Pockets and microwaves, but you're not going to know that. You weren't around since like 2012 or whenever that took place. And I think that what we've done with the esports show, with, you know, giving you the top line information and then just picking apart the absurdities within the story, like we talked about the Xbox mini fridge and how that entire thing came to be and how it was a joke at first, and now we have Xbox mini fridges that we can purchase. And that's why millennials are never going to be able to buy homes, because they're too busy purchasing avocado toast and Xbox mini fridges. And so it's just kind of
Where
like,
are you going to put the avocado toast? In the fridge, right?
Yeah. Or, well, if you put avocado in the toast, doesn't it get a little gunky?
I think it's about different stages of development. I think it's I think right now we're in the iteration, because the thing is you just we had like this long conversation about
talking about development of avocados. Like, I'm so
my co-host, ladies and gentlemen. No, I think that we're in like a development stage. Like we just talked about, you know, kind of what G4 used to mean for us and what we think kind of the space that it would exist in. And the reality is we haven't gotten to fully be unleashed and do a lot of that content yet. I think we're still in the developmental stage of, you know, getting people signed on, getting the team together and trying to brainstorm and change everything. Like what Ovely was talking with the esports show, it's gone through so many different iterations in its short lifespan already, and it's not fully developed yet, but like one day it will be. So right now, at least for the esports wing and what I've kind of experienced with like the rest of G4 and like doing things like through the beach house, it's okay, we're gonna see what works, try to build like some synergies there, and then hopefully from that, like a content creator house, maybe something will spawn from that. We'll have a finalized version one day in G4 that hopefully fits in kind of that comedic editorial space.
I think no, go ahead. Adam.
No, it's your first day. No. First day guys get to go before me.
I was just going to kind of add to that I think one of the coolest things about this approach that G4 is now is how much we're approaching community. You know, it's the feedback loop of you know, having an official G4 Discord and social media. It's a, you know, I think it just goes to show the strength that this time around when it comes to G4, and Adam, maybe you can kind of speak on this too. There wasn't really a direct feedback loop when G4 was first around, right?
No. The best was Kevin had a Twitter wall, which was, you know, heavily curated to only say what they sort of needed to get the segue into the next segment or to be relevant to what they were talking about. Yeah, the community aspect is, I mean, it definitely changes things. When I left G4 the first time and went to Rev, that was the first time I could see that immediate, like, I was just seeing view counts on YouTube videos, whereas before it was these very oblique Nielsen ratings, where it's like I kind of understood and I kind of liked it that way, and now I'm like getting 1-to-1, you know, numbers. I'm sitting there refreshing the page, and then seeing all those wonderful comments that would line up underneath it. But no, it's a way to kind of work with the community, bring the community in, not just to shape the content. We have a beach house in Burbank, and you know, it's kind of fun to like hang out with people that I really, really enjoy, and then kind of transmit that to a larger audience to almost create something aspirational. Like, you know, wouldn't it be cool if you got to, you know, come to the beach house one day? It's actually not that cool, kids. You really don't want to. But yeah, it's scary. Jerry XL is all over the walls. It's really intense. But also to sort of what we were talking about earlier, I think the other thing of the historical G4 that we bring to the forefront is context. You know, maybe bring a little bit of chill to you know what we're talking about. That you know, it's, you know, we can get really passionate, excited about games, and then also know that, you know, we are just very, very lucky to be in this situation to be talking about games, and that this is not life or death. This is not, you know, we've just gone through a pandemic, and probably one of the greatest blessings is that somehow a bunch of games came out last year, to allow us some degree of respite from what was going on in the world. And I think G4 will become both that kind of like, hey, we take your hobby seriously, but we also like are going to provide sort of a way for you to get good perspective on said hobby. That's me.
With the new HGTV. No, it was the Food Network. This is a fun fact. It's not really that fun. It's kind of depressing. But like after global disasters, the Food Network actually like took off because people were like so depressed and they just wanted something happy to watch, so they watched the Food Network. We could be that Food Network.
How many people went back through old Great British Baking shows? Just like I need pleasantness.
All of them. I said I need something that's delightful. I want to
exactly.
a whole bunch of people
and flaky, delightful
flustered.
And flaky,
light and crisp.
Crisp. No soggy bottoms on that show.
Yeah,
there's a lot of soggy bottoms on the show.
Yeah, get ready for Monday. Honestly, here's just quick preview of Monday. Soggy bottoms. I promise you.
That's just. So
why did Amelie's eyes just bug out?
You brought it up. Obviously, we've all been living through some very interesting times indoors, and games came out that were definitely a lifeline for many of us. I played Animal Crossing for the first time in my life for a month and a half.
How did you go through an entire pandemic without playing Animal Crossing? That was like the whole point of the pandemic was Animal Crossing.
I had never played it before, and I was like, oh, pandemic's perfect time for me to try it. So I picked it up, and I was like, I don't understand this game. And then I got massively addicted, and I was.
It's the lo-fi hip-hop chill beats of video games. That's literally all it is. It's a Zen garden.
It is.
We used to call that mushroom jazz back in my day.
Mushroom jazz.
Yeah, that makes sense. So like what were your games that gave you solace during the great indoors?
Final Fantasy 7 remake. Sorry, I had to sorry, that Final Fantasy 7 is one of the most important games of my life, and the top of the pandemic it came out and nothing else mattered. The world could have fallen apart, and I'd be like, well, at least I got the most masterpieces of masterpieces that was designed just for me. I'm good. Everything else can be delayed. I'm okay. Even with Intergrade coming out more recently, I'm like, I'm good. I've experienced so much. I'm happy. That was me. It took me away, and I was so happy with it.
Why is Ovely my co-host when you are over here just spitting straight facts?
No, I'm okay.
When's Eris's birthday, Ovely?
Oh, I don't think I even know that.
That's February 7th.
Final Fantasy VII was not my game of the pandemic. I did really get into Animal Crossing, and you probably experienced this too. Like, you get really into it, and what killed it for me was social media, where I could see what other people were pulling off with the game, and I'm just like, I'm really happy when I can just kind of dig out some of the weeds, and I arranged some trees. I tried to say it was like I was creating the Griffith Park of Animal Crossing Islands as opposed to, like, say, the Central Park, which is well manicured and beautiful. The one that still stands out to me, this is going to sound so demented, I really got into Last of Us Part 2, probably because what was happening on my screen was so much worse than what was happening outside my windows, and that gave me comfort. I think also it created kind of a narrative escape, or just all of that darkness, and it had that operatic, that very Western themed qualities to it. What is funny though is I would not say it was the greatest game ever by any stretch of the imagination, but something like Assassin's Creed when it dropped, and this is more towards Gerard. I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna try to do everything. It was just that, like, I have my goal for the day. I'm gonna clear out this area and do all of this, and if I accomplished it, I was like, look at you, Adam, making things happen.
It's funny you say that, Adam. This is like a maybe truth bomb for you guys who don't know me. I am not the biggest fan of Animal Crossing. I'm the big guy who goes to yoga and they're like, breathe and relax. And I'm like, I can't. I'm freaking out. That's not me. And that's how Animal Crossing is for me. I'm the kind of person that like needs a narrative, needs a plot, needs purpose. But the one thing, as someone who played Animal Crossing during the pandemic, one thing that to kind of piggyback what Adam was saying was it made me feel good that I was accomplishing micro goals in other games, because that's what Animal Crossing essentially is, right? It's just wake up and plant and paint your canvas of what you're feeling like. What do you want to wear today? That kind of stuff. And I didn't understand that, but when I'd go play other games, it's like I'm gonna go collect the flags today in Assassin's Creed, or I'm gonna go get that cool thing. I think micro goals is what the pandemic has kind of instilled in me, at least. It's okay to not do everything right away, and if you do something small for you, then great, you did it. You played a game. That's awesome.
Today I'm gonna put on trousers.
That was difficult during the pandemic. Like,
yeah.
I wore the same outfit. Now we're oversharing. I wore the same outfit, I think, for like 2 weeks straight because I didn't have any jobs. I didn't have anything. And I'm like, cool, I'll just, shower and change my undies and then same sweatpants and t-shirt. Is that too much?
No, you're fine. Just
I think you described everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think 20 a year the elastic band.
Yeah, no, 100%. First time I put on jeans, I got so uncomfortable because I think
you're like, what's a button fly? Hold on.
I call it the quarantine 15. Everyone was just like, I am hibernating. I'm going in. I just ate whatever I wanted all day, sat around in elastic. It was amazing.
Yeah, I ended up losing 10 pounds because I stopped going to the gym, and then I went from 3 meals a day to just 1 meal a day, because when you just sit there and play a game, you don't need to eat and you don't burn energy.
You just forget.
I
played Ghost of Tsushima for like 3 days straight, and I did forget to drink water, eat, and go to the bathroom. I loved that game.
Yeah,
that was the
that
only
game was
game I think
so
I've
much fun.
100% completed on every trophy.
That was that game was a transcendent experience.
Oh, the fact that it didn't win anything, I'm still angry about.
I'm trying to think what my game was. I started playing. I finished all of Paper Mario Origami Kingdom.
That's a good
I was
game.
like, oh, this is going to be a cute game, and then it hits you with just all of these random skills that you're not expecting, and you're going, wait a second, it's okay, he's coming back, right? And then you just stare at the empty void of nothingness, going, what just happened in front of me? But for me, the comforting game, since didn't get any comfort from that, was when Stardew Valley actually got like the 1.5 expansion or something, where you got the beach farm and then your ducks could actually swim in the ocean, and then you got like a secret island and all that stuff. And as someone who, you're talking about the calmness of Animal Crossing, where it's like you wake up, you plant some trees. I min-max Stardew Valley, where if I don't have every single bundle completed by like the first week of the winter or something, I lose my stuff. And
Berry Baron.
What?
Berry Baron.
Yeah, you got to go for the cranberry bog, man. Berry bogs. So I min-maxed that, and it brought calmness to me as I had Stardew Valley on one monitor and then Huni Pop on the other. Puzzle game.
Oh, okay. I thought that was one of those anime things that I overhear you talking about.
It's more like a red tube thing.
It's a puzzle game.
I was going to ask which story arc you were on, because that's usually a safe question to ask any anime fan. Is it filler now? You can sound really informed. Yeah.
We're solving puzzles. We are solving puzzles.
And that's it. Y'all are incredible. I'm having a great time. So we talked about all of these, new games and games that were really important during quarantine, which obviously introduced us to new communities. And you spoke earlier about how G4 is really bringing into focus this community aspect of content creation, which is something that's relatively new for G4, because in the past it was just sort of one distribution method. So this is kind of slightly going back to something we talked about earlier, but what are some ways that you all are approaching building community for G4?
Free candy, primarily. Yeah. I mean, I found over the years bribery is probably the most effective means of loyalty. No, I'm joking. I mean, look, there is a built-in community, and once again, I think that all of us got so nostalgic. I was just noticing this happening all over the place. Before G4 was announced, but I knew what was coming. That I kept like my Twitter replies just started exploding with like, "Oh, I wish there was G4. I wish there was G4. Adam, what can you do? Bring back G4 as if I have powers." And I kept on like telling some of the execs, I'm like, "Do you understand how big I think this is going to be when you make this announcement? Like, just everything, just synergistically, it was, and then boom, it exploded." And there is that built-in audience that were there that are like you, Ben, that sort of grew up watching it. And I think people also have kids now. And so they're kind of bringing in that generation. I think the trickiest part is like whatever that middle group is. Amelie almost kind of epitomizes, which is, I may have kind of heard of this G4 thing, but it doesn't immediately click. And that's kind of what we're doing now, like with the Beach House, with this. I mean, our first Beach House stream was last week. And I went away from it actually thinking, like, I don't think there was much of a precedent for what we did, be that good or ill. But, it's not as straightforward a stream as, I'm here with the microphone talking to the audience. It involved play between the people in these various rooms. And it had that, I think that ultimate G4 thing, which is there someone driving and can they see the road? That just kind of, always that sense of danger. It's entertaining, and this thing just might take a hard left into Crazy Town. And it captured all of that. And I have a fair amount of confidence that it's something that at least has been missing. I don't think has really been done before on sort of nonlinear media, that it's the kind of thing that does start to develop an audience even on its own.
That's actually awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
That's really interesting because that goes back to your point of trying to create something that's aspirational, right? I mean, that's what you made in the past. That's why I'm here. That's why I started making content and so many other things, right? So this, this aspiration, I think, in many ways drove, G4 drove a lot of people to even think like, oh, I can talk about video games as a job. I don't know how it's going to work, but it's a. What about G4 right now are the things that you're tracking? You're like, we want to create inspiration for aspiration in these locations along G4. I'm really curious.
I'm willing to kick it to one.
Aspiration.
Yeah. What are you inspiring, Frost?
What am I inspiring?
Yeah,
what do you or what do you hope you're inspiring?
Yeah, what do you hope to inspire? Like what is the 10 years from now, right? When people are talking about G4 coming back, what's the takeaway?
Well, it's interesting because Amelie and I come from an esports background, and so it's not just like talking about kind of like more traditional performance work that G4 would kind of slot into versus kind of like sports background entertainment that esports fits similar into. But it's always been this idea of coming into esports, it was basically like the Wild West. My mother didn't give me a lot, but she did give me this quote, which is, one day you were going to have to make a job that doesn't exist anymore. And she was very like forward thinking in that the world was going to dramatically change with the input of technology, and that I wouldn't have a job that was like a traditional 9-to-5. And becoming an esports caster, it was literally that. I just saw something that I wanted to do. And like you're saying, you wanted to talk about video games, and you just did it until someone who was stupid enough to pay you for it. But the hope is, and behind us, is that we've created workflow systems that now people can apply for those jobs. So back in my day, you would just open up Ventrilo or TeamSpeak or Shoutcaster, and you would shoutcast games over VODs. And now you can apply to be a League of Legends shoutcaster. You can apply to be a League of Legends coach. And as the scene starts growing larger and larger, then you have more money, more endemic sponsors coming in, that people can be social media managers for esports teams. They can be general managers. They can be professional chefs. They can be journalists. And you start creating this massive ecosystem. And so in 10 years from now, with like hopefully G4 doing well and esports continuing to get bigger, I would love to see that there is a job that you can apply for, that you can go to a website and you can say, this is what I want to do, because I'm not going to assume Gerard or Adam or Avelie's backgrounds, but I am going to assume that it was probably like, hey, I really like making these videos and this content, so I'm going to do it repeatedly until I break through to the top and then continue to run with it. And it would be nice if there wasn't so much perilous, sleepless, payless nights.
So I can piggyback onto that because like Frosk said, like when esports first started out, it was crazy. My first job within esports was a social media manager. And at that time, I had never used Twitter or Instagram before, and I have no idea how I got hired.
Qualified.
Esports qualified. That's just how it works. It's like it doesn't matter if you don't understand the skill set. Oh, you like esports? You know this one individual person. Here you go. But then I eventually got better at it, and I started working at Team Liquid, which is like one of the top esports orgs. Period. And I did all their socials, and I learned a ton more. But what I would like to see, similar to Frost, is that in 10 years, you know, there's a job listing or something that you could do. But what I want to create almost is guidelines so that if someone wants to be a shoutcaster, they can, you know, follow Frost's journey or my journey or a friend's journey of like, okay, cool. So they started casting here, they got a job opportunity here, they this was like their jumping off point when they were finally recognized, or I want to be a concept artist in gaming. It's like, cool, so this is this person's bio, where they studied, how they became, their portfolio, how they built upon. Because when I was starting out, there was no information, zero information anywhere. It was quite literally just, oh, my friend handed me a job, or oh, no one really liked gaming and they need an accountant, so I'm an accountant for Riot or something like that. And I feel like if we are able to create just like a skeleton of a path that kids and students can take to eventually winding up in one of these, you know, careers, that would be insanely helpful for just like opening up the accessibility to everyone who wants to be involved, rather than every single person having to trailblaze their own path.
I love that
Yeah.
answer. Well, that makes, I mean, that is the perfect definition of what my journey has been making content. It was showing up every day with no instructions, just like scrounging around on the internet, trying to find any information. How do I edit this? How do I optimize this or whatever? And, you know, when I was started, I assumed that everybody who worked for any organization, like they know what they're doing. No. As you illustrated,
like there's a secret code, and like they all have the decoder ring, and somehow you don't have it. No one knows what they're doing.
Everyone was learning on the fly. So I think that is incredible. The aspiration of adding definition to like these new roles that exist, and now we see them and we need to build like, what are the processes? Like, what do we know makes a good qualified shoutcaster? I think that's really incredible.
You know, at the end of the day, I think I also just, you know, my aspiration is that G4 does a better job of coming across as a cool space that makes it very clear that it doesn't matter what your background is, what you look like, what your sexuality is, or anything like that. If you're into games, you get to be here. I think the gatekeeping aspect right now of games is a serious problem. And that, you know, through the comedy and through sometimes, you know, sort of the strength of opinion and just being, you know, didactic, that it's like, no, you know, you be cool and you can hang out here. And from that, be cool, you can hang out here and you can figure out, like, do you want to work in games? Do you want to, you know, be a content creator of your own? Something like that. We did not do as good a job with that back at the old G4. And I think it was also because what was slowly manifesting and becoming more apparent through social media, you know, I would say it really became apparent right after I left. And in coming back here, like, one of the few things that I needed to be reassured of, so I felt good, is that, you know, everyone was kind of on that same page. That, you know, we're not elitists, but we're also, and we're not going to be exclusionary towards anyone. And if someone is upset with us being that open and you know, and embracing diversity, that, you know, they have all the rest of the internet to, you know, get their yayas. So that's me.
I think there's something to be said about what the future of the gaming industry is, right? I think we kind of entered this zone where you can be a content creator, you can be a game developer, you can be an editorial, you can go on television. And I think for the longest time, especially when I started, there was this element of everyone is competing against each other. You have your thing, I have my thing, we're enemies, we're not on the same side. And I think that like Tales of the Time thing kind of applies to modern media and television, right? Internet versus modern TV. And I think when it comes to games specifically, the thing that I am looking forward to most about G4, and hopefully what we can kind of build as a team, is that we're kind of unifying all these different things for the future, right? Game developers need people like Adam giving reviews. Editorial stuff wants to get the scoops on all the latest news and games. Consumers want to know where to spend their money and who to trust in spending that money. And I think everyone's got their own little bubbles. And I think that was the thing about G4 that I always loved, was it felt like there was this overarching bubble of unity in that. And that's the thing that I hope that, within what Adam kind of touched on with diversity and acceptance, that we also apply that to the games industry, just because anyone can make a game, anyone can make a YouTube video, anyone can make a show. And I think it's important that, we embrace that cohesion as much as we can.
I love that. I love everything that you said, because it runs very parallel to what inspired us to found GCX and put a charity focus on our event. We've raised, I'm sure at this point, around $15 million over 5 years for St. Jude. And the reason we did that was because I was sick and tired of people saying that gamers only do awful stuff. And I was raised to prove people wrong by doing things. So we started the event, and now, up at this point this year, we've raised around $3.3 million for St. Jude.
Awesome.
Awesome. Obviously, if you're watching at home, if you're watching this on the space station or whatever, it's very, we're excited that you've joined us and that you've decided together with us that gaming does good. So I'm incredibly grateful for you all taking time to join with us, because it seems that our goals are definitely aligned when it comes to getting over the gatekeeping and accepting everyone, and then proving to the world that this entire market sector is incredibly powerful, not just for generating, economic income, but for changing the world in a positive way. So for myself and everyone at GCX, I want to say thank you for joining us today.
Oh, thank you.
Had an absolutely amazing time talking to you all, and I can't wait to see what G4 does next.
Three, two, welcome to G4. No, welcome to GCX. 3, 2, welcome to GCX. We here at G4 are so excited to be able to show you some of our stuff while you're hanging out at the virtual space station. While you're at GCX, feel free to come by our booth. But in the meantime, please enjoy this poo-poo platter sampler of G4 content. Sounds like samples of poo. Hello, everyone. Welcome to XPlay. In news that I don't think is going to surprise anyone, I have a really unique way in which I categorize games. One example of that taxonomy is something I call the underwear game. It's a game that I have to play so badly. It's like a physical need, something pathological, like when you're a kid and you have to watch Saturday morning cartoons. I just roll out of bed, grab the controller, and I don't bother myself with anything superfluous, like, wearing clothes or eating food. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart from the venerable Insomniac Games, who knocked it out of the park with the last 2 Spider-Man games. Well, their new title is an underwear game. It is just that fun. Our old friends Ratchet & Clank dive back into the Lombax-verse, joined by their new ally Rivet, to stop Dr. Nefarious as he attempts to once again exterminate all organic matter. Multiple realities with our old friend Rivet and her new allies Clank and Ratchet, as they join the Resistance to work against the evil Emperor Nefarious and his plans to undo all of reality as we know it. Well, that didn't take long. They detected my organic matter. Viva la Resistance! Wow, that was a weird tangent. But anyways, those are my final and definitive thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, door closed on that one. Let's get back to Ratchet & Clank. The game starts out with the titular duo getting feted by all of Megaopolis with a giant parade, despite having accomplished nothing heroic for years. Clank reveals he has reconstructed the Dimensionator from their last outing, and they can now find other Lombaxes. Dr. Nefarious proves time is a flat circle and takes the Dimensionator and begins to undo reality itself. If you haven't played before, I'm sorry you've previously denied yourself pure joy, but Quark's embellished narration over the scene helps catch you up to speed. Now, jumping into a franchise made up of 16 games, a comic series, and a movie can be like playing pop culture double dutch. The goal is to jump in and play, but there's a good chance you can get whacked in the face with a glittery extended universe jump rope. So, which one is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart? To the uninitiated, the franchise's dense mythology can evoke the same intimidation factor as trying to jump into a new episode of Doctor Who, or casually pick up the 11th tablet of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It draws from nearly 20 years of lore, which will please fans, but there's nothing here to alienate newcomers because it's so fun and silly. The writing is great, and at times laugh out loud funny, all the while finding moments to explore the ultra-real self-doubt, regret, and shame when one feels compelled to live up to perfect ideals. Something I'm sure no one on the development team felt while creating a hugely anticipated next-gen remake of one of the most beloved platformer franchises of all time. The game charts new territory with the introduction of a playable female Lombax, Rivet, voiced by the inimitable Jennifer Hale. Rivet plays identically to Ratchet, and they share weapons and upgrades, so if you complain about playing a girl, you should probably find a stupider game and go find a different reviewer. The free, goofy spirit of the story forms the strong foundation of what is one of the most technically accomplished and experientially satisfying games I've played in a long time. This is the first game that truly shows what the PS5 can do. From the opening moments, Rift Apart bombards you with a visual virtuosity so overwhelming, you'll think someone injected the collective energy from an audience at a BTS concert into your ocular nerves. Insomniac builds on their graphical accomplishments with the Spider-Man games and shows there's a lot more gas in the PlayStation's tank. No offense, Miles. There's a sequence towards the end of the game that is so visually impressive, the squeals of joy were so honest, my wife thought I had brought a puppy home without permission. But one visual trick stands out among the others, and it's this. The Rift Tether allows you to see highlighted rifts in various dimensions and pulls you through them without any noticeable processing time. Even the puppy I brought home without permission was absolutely shocked at what she was seeing. You can pull regions in a level towards you to traverse. It's wild, and I kept on doing it because it's so cool. These mechanics make the simple act of getting from point A to point B on a given map feel more satisfying than the entire Koei catalog. Also, I highly recommend being stone cold sober when you start this game. Better yet, this visual flourish enhances the game mechanics with fast movement in game spaces that complement the number, variety, and size of enemies. On that note, the combat, always solid in this series, is exceptional in this entry. While the weapon variety may not reach the ridiculousness of previous titles, the thoughtfulness of types and their rollout through Rift Apart do the best job in the series of highlighting when and how to use them. Battles are chaotic, and that's an understatement, but at no point do you lose sense of the beautiful animations that have that elasticity of the golden age of Warner Brothers Discovery cartoons. It's just so impressive. Almost as impressive as Valve's announcement of Half-Life 8, basically 4 lives. It's so cool. I'm sorry. I just need to take another second to talk about another cartoony game that I love so much. Kingdom Hearts 3. I know. You're so tired of hearing me talk about it, but I just can't imagine the universe where it doesn't exist. The other detail that makes the combat stand out apart from other Ratchet titles, and in all honesty, most action games out there, is the phenomenal integration of the haptic feedback in the PlayStation 5 controller. In other PS5 games, the feedback feature has sometimes felt distracting or overused. Here, the controller adds a meaningful layer to the experience, like when searching for a music source and feeling the beats getting louder as you get nearer, or that tactile sensation of your character flipping a coin. Every aspect of this game just wants you to have as good of a time as possible, which leads me to its impressive array of accessibility options. If you played Miles Morales, you already know that Insomniac has set the standard for accessibility in games. This goes beyond just the difficulty settings, delivering experiences that'll satisfy both seasoned players looking for something to test their abilities or newer players looking to just enjoy the story. The game wants the broadest audience to have the most fun possible. If you've ever had dexterity, hearing, or visual challenges or disabilities that make gaming frustrating in the not fun way, Rift Apart allows you to customize your experience. But it's how the writing and characters, the technical prowess and the gameplay design, level structure, and controller feedback work together that is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart's greatest achievement. Every piece works together in a service that resembles a digital version of Richard Wagner's ideal of various creative elements working in synergistic union. This game is damn fun. Rift Apart is a charming game that I couldn't put down and restarted in the more difficult challenge mode immediately when I finished my first playthrough. The franchise gets odd resistance because the look and broad appeal to various age groups implies that it isn't adult enough. Well, this adult likes fun, and especially after living through the past 15 months, I could use something like a Technicolor tummy rub. The biggest shame is that with the challenges in obtaining a PS5, not enough people will have the opportunity to enjoy Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart right out of the gate, because everyone who owns the console should put this title at the top of their list. As you may have noticed, we haven't been scoring games in these reviews, and it's for a good reason. We're still debating whether or not we're going to do a 5 or 1,000 point system, or that very subtle color shading system I've been working on for all the past years. But if there was an alternate dimension where X-Play continued on past 2012 and y'all watched me age in real time for the past 10 years, I might end this review by saying, and that's why we're giving Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart a 5 out of 5. You guys like beaches? Do you like houses? Well, we have none of that at the G4 Beach House. Up next.
Welcome to the beach house, baby! G4's back, but not really. There's an asterisk with that statement. Hi. Okay, shh. Let's enter the stages. Look at that. We got security. Cool. We got this is the look. I'm here. Look at all the technology in the world, and all we got is a swan and me holding this camera. I'm Kevin Pereira. I'm irrelevant. You'll come to find that. I'm just here for the nostalgia, and I'll be gone soon. But I can promise you, today we've got tons of game discussions, special guests, and a glimpse at the future of G4. There's something going on in. Let's see. Oh. Okay, let's go into this. Hey, friends! Hi, friends! Hi, we are friends, right? Everything's okay in here. Yeah, we don't exactly have HR yet, but if we need to onboard somebody.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi,
How
Frost.
are you doing?
I am well. Avali, how are you?
Blink once. I'm very good, Kevin.
Okay,
I'm
good.
very excited to be here today.
Good. There's a pre-existing friendship and dynamic here that I know nothing about and do not want to be responsible for later on Twitter.
Well, that's totally fine because it's not just us. Can't you see? We also have Twitch chat behind us. Look at everyone. Look at all of those messages.
It just looked like green construction paper to me, but I guess in the virtual realm, this is a fantasy land of interactivity.
It's so cool. You could just see everyone's names flying by on the screen.
like
It's
that
such
user.
an intense. Everyone wave. To everyone wave.
Wave, Avali.
And
Oh, wow. I'm really understanding the dynamic now, and I respect it.
yeah.
I don't know how you did it,
Oh,
but
it's nice.
Okay.
It would be such a shame if someone started spamming those ASCII figures. Yes? Yeah. No? A shame.
Why would you ever, put that in their heads? Don't even bring
Have
that.
you seen my shirt today?
I haven't.
Have you seen my shirt?
I think you need to stand up.
Have I?
Okay,
Can I show
say-
this to
all
the
right.
chat? This is my shirt. Oh, jeez.
Okay. That was legit. Look, the set is a work in progress, as you'll see as we go through it, so the stools aren't exactly bolted down or OSHA approved. But nevertheless, Avali has a shirt on.
I fell.
Do you want to explain it to those out there who don't know any better?
Well, the shirt is what you put over your body to keep
Fascinating.
Yeah, that's.
This is good.
Mhm.
This is good content.
So now it has come to. Is it time to ban someone?
Well,
we were told that we were given power.
No. So Frost, this is what
No, I
happened.
was told that I was given power.
That's the first thing you want to do with power is ban somebody?
Yes. Well, I could do other things.
I'll blink once now.
So everyone just start blinking your eyes and looking into the chat because listen, they gave me mod power. They said, Avali, listen, if it comes down to it, if people are getting a little too rowdy in the chat, you can ban them. Or if they just really want to be banned, I can ban them as well. So right now we're just kind of looking at everyone go by in the chat right now and I don't know who I should be.
This is like the inaugural. Look, I have a whole beach house to show off, and there's a whole bunch of people here, and this is how you want to start building a community. Is just banning people.
To ban someone. So who should we be banning? Who should we
Literally,
ban?
the next person because there's a whole show to get to. We have a bunch of stuff to tease. What?
Oh,
What?
this
What?
guy.
Who?
Wave Punk.
Wave Punk.
Get him. Let's ban him. Let's
Wave
ban him.
Punk. Okay.
And banned.
Just forging new friendships, one user at a time. Sorry, Wave Punk.
Just because.
Likely didn't deserve that. That's great.
And then I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, I'm gonna let
That guy.
you
Do it
two
again. This
do what
guy?
you're doing
Yep, that
there. At
guy.
least it seems
Okay,
friendly.
right there.
Also, Adam Sessler's here. I'm gonna go get him. I'll be back. Have fun.
Wrecked. Okay, I banned Kimosabi. Wait, where is he going?
That's why
Ah!
Sora is such a great video game character. To be honest, maybe the greatest video game character of all time. Thanks so much for coming to my TEDx talk. Yeah, that's gonna kill.
Adam, hey, buddy, the beach house is starting. Where are you?
I'm busy.
All right, well, we're live, buddy.
Good for you.
It's time to come out, Adam, please. Sess, come on.
Fine.
Come on, buddy. Come on out. Hey, hey, son.
Cabana boy.
I'll put on the outfit if it'll make you join the broadcast.
What do you mean broadcast?
We're this again live. Hi, Twitch. Adam
Live?
Sessler. Like right now.
I thought this was supposed to be some psychological experiment by locking me in a room and having me talk to a camera.
It ultimately can't be any worse than G4 the first time around.
No.
In terms of psychological damage.
I mean, there was 18 in the room.
Come on, Adam. Let's show him the beach house. Inaugural stream. And wait.
Who's that?
Who is that? Is that WWE superstar Xavier Woods, aka Austin Cruz? What's going on? Hey, friends. Hey, friends. Oh, look at this. One happy dysfunctional family sitting together.
Job, you know.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about your time in the mine today. What have you done?
It's been great. We watched Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley out there killing it, per usual. So pumped to talk about that, you know, do some E3 predictions. I'm gonna be real for a second. Everybody watching this, I'm excited because I'm here with two living legends. And I get to learn from them both. You two, right
well,
here.
Adam is definitely one of them. I know that. I know that much. And there are other legends in the room. But as I told you in pre-show, one set of footprints. You need to carry the two of us, please.
Yeah,
please.
Exactly.
No. But Austin
you
was
can
right.
actually physically carry us.
Oh, I can hold you up. Yeah, we can carry like
that's
that.
That's what he means.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Trust pyramids. Look at that.
Look at that.
I mean, well, I don't know if
Okay,
you're
we got
seeing
it.
it. I'm looking at it. I don't know if y'all can see it, but I can certainly see it.
Well, I mean,
there it is.
At first, my heart sank a little bit because it looked like traditional, like dark fantasy. And then those first enemies appeared, and it's just like, yes, the wonderfully weird, messed up, probably the most messed up I've seen from any of the From Software games.
Right. Let's take a quick step back though for an audience that doesn't know, because I'm seeing in chat someone's like, wow, this looks like the Souls games. There might be a reason for
it's
that.
From Software. George R.R. Martin, they created a world together, and you're going to play in it. We don't know any more than what we just saw. Obviously, From Software games.
I'm sorry,
you're feeling some kind of way about it.
I'm back in it because when we were watching it, that's all I was doing. It's hard for me to talk when trailers are going because I'm so invested in it. Now that I'm watching it again, and I'm thinking George R. Martin, my God, just what a storyteller, and we get that in a video game. I'm excited internally, so I just go away.
So I was just about to make a crack about George R.R. Martin, but that's just the low hanging fruit.
I saw that. I was like, there's one in the chamber.
You saw the brain.
All right, we'll let it go. We'll just.
Well, it's in the chamber.
Matrix dodge it out of the way.
We're almost there. Excuse me. From Software games are known to be really notoriously hard.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. A lot of times when you bring someone on that's not from the world of video games, they tend to want something that they can play themselves. So I think there's an outside chance that this might not be as notoriously hard as other From Software games are, but I'm probably wrong.
I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that. I no disrespect to those that love to be completely dominated and punished by their virtual games, but I find that the real world is enough of that. I want to escape that.
Exactly.
I wouldn't.
It's like I loathe myself when I'm not playing games.
Yeah.
So why do I want to when I am?
But also too for those people who don't want to put that many hours into understanding battle configuration and all those things and mechanics, and they just kind of want to enjoy story, it might be kind of nice for them because obviously you can have difficulty settings for people that want to dig in like that. that.
That's right.
For the more casual person who's like, oh, I was a fan of some of his work. Let me try this. And now maybe they're opening their eyes to video games because they read his books previously.
That's right. And the developers have said, they were asked, hey, are you any chance to novelize this? I mean, you got George there. Let's put this in Dead Tree format and let people thumb through it. And he said, no. Like, the way to experience the stories and the characters is in the game. That's how we want
and
it.
And it's interesting that they said a world created by, and not a game created by.
That's right.
And that also let me wonder if the way the combat works in this game might be different, because we made this thing. We would like you to explore it.
Yeah.
And, some of the combat they showed, I mean, it seemed to have more of the speed of Sekiro, their samurai-styled game, but then also the aggression of a game like Bloodborne. And it looked different enough that with the normal types of difficulty in the Soulsborne games, if the two would work together. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I am making rash speculations from a piece of video I looked at, but that's what I was currently...
E3 is all about, my friends. It's all about precious frames.
Yeah.
It's all about looking at every
little,
pixel.
And we'll take a mile of speculation.
That's it. All right, my chat is coming back with a vengeance.
There it is. It's back.
Austin, folks agreeing with you, saying like, hey, sometimes I believe it was Wilden who wrote, I'm an easy or medium game player.
Yeah.
I want to enjoy the story. I don't think they want a soul-crushing experience. Yeah. And I don't think that we got to stop with the difficulty shaming around these parts. Like, there's nothing wrong with just enjoying the experience.
If you're really that if you're not a professional and you're that proud of yourself for how you can play a game, what else are you even possibly good at? Jeez. Okay.
It's coming for the jugular. It's coming for the jugular.
No, like that.
But you're right.
That type of gatekeeping is so. Yeah. It's like, no, I'm the best because I can play the hardest. You suck, person. So you shouldn't even play games.
Right. Yeah. It's want to enjoy it. And my thing is, enjoy it how you want to enjoy it.
Exactly.
So if that's on crazy difficulty level, by all means, enjoy that to the fullest. If I click easy and I just go through the game and everything, there's aim assist, all the bosses have 2 HP instead of 200, so what? So what? I just want to go through this story. It's just like a book. I don't want the book to be harder to read. I just want to read it. Yes. I just want to go
through covered your pages in molasses. No. Yeah. We're burning the book from the back. Like, no.
Cliff Bleszinski said this, I remember at a DICE very, very long ago, that he, it doesn't make, or it might have been American McGee, I can't remember, that this is the only entertainment medium that gets harder. Like, movies don't become harder to see at the end. Books don't suddenly change languages in the final chapters. It's really contrary. It's like everyone just like back off of Joseph Campbell, and there's other things to explore. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you're still here. Does that mean you like us? Actually, don't answer that. Next up, we're reviewing the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Hello, everyone. Today, we're talking about one of the most influential game series of all times. One of the GOATs. After 14 years and countless playthroughs, it still breaks my heart, of course. It's the Mass Effect series. The angry metal god squids have returned, and BioWare has blessed us with Mass Effect Legendary Edition, a remastered version of the first 3 games, all wrapped up in a shiny new package that makes it even easier to pretend Andromeda never happened. Praise be, Shepard is risen. If you've never cracked open this series, allow me to be like every other toxic bro you've ever been on a Tinder date with and give you some unsolicited advice. Go play this game. And I don't care how much you've heard about how bad the ending to 3 is. Those people are wrong. This is one of the most influential series in the game industry, and if you ask me, it still holds up. This game series isn't just immensely important to me personally, but it set a new standard for what games could be way back in the good old days of 2007. I consider this to be the Wizard of Oz of gaming. There are plenty of classic works before it, but Mass Effect is a watershed moment in modern gaming storytelling. The Mass Effect trilogy is a beast of a sci-fi game. If you're unfamiliar, think of this series as Star Trek meets actual fun mixed with a dating simulator. You play as Commander Shepard, a space cop who balances politics and tries to save the galaxy, all while trying to figure out which character you're going to take to Pound Town. Come on, if you don't try to bag Garrus, you're just lying to yourself. But Mass Effect is also so much more than that. This series has incredible writing, a rich cast of characters that you build connections with over the course of the trilogy, and some really crazy narrative twists. Mass Effect is one of the least passive narrative games of all time. Every decision you make has consequences that might not even fully reveal themselves until the final chapter. You really have ownership over this narrative in a way that you don't see very often. Just like in real life, your actions can have major consequences. So, try not to screw this one up, okay? Dad, you were right. I should have tried law school. What also makes this series so novel is the ability to carry your save files from game to game, making each full trilogy playthrough a unique and customized experience. This is something you don't see in a lot of games, and even in games that do, like Witcher and Dragon Age, it's not to this extent. The remastered trilogy boasts an updated look and feel with brand new textures and graphics, which some people are more excited about than others. It also updates some of the outdated game mechanics, especially in Mass Effect 1. And for those of you who missed playing the first game because of the Xbox exclusivity in 2007, this is your chance to get furiously angry at the Mako exploration levels for the first time. I'm almost jealous. Where the is this satellite? And this is why I'm so excited that this series was remastered, because it not only lets fans revisit the world, but it also makes it accessible to newcomers. Look, not everything about this remaster is perfect, we'll get into it, but it is definitely worth checking out. Having spent all my free time this past week playing Legendary Edition, I have a lot of thoughts. Let's start with the graphics. The new textures really make a difference here, most notably with the environments. Places like Eden Prime and Vermeer have a whole new dimension to them now. While the characters themselves still look a little uncanny valley, they're at least making eye contact with each other. BioWare presents Butt Shots now in HD. You're welcome, everyone. This next improvement is a biggie and really life-changing. Elevators. If you know, you know. If you don't, let me explain it to you. In the OG Mass Effect, you spend just as much time in elevators waiting for the game to load as you did trying to romance Garrus, that wily minx. And while you still use elevators quite a bit in this game, the ride is now quicker. Unlike before, when you had time to just think. Oh yeah, I sure love Mass Effect. Oh yeah, I should really be checking in on my Dogecoin as well. Oh man, I wouldn't worry about that if I had actually gone to law school. But now I just play video games for a living, so I have to be looking at the Dogecoin. Oh my god, what am I doing? The sweats! We're here. While so much about this remaster is amazing, it's not perfect. BioWare updated some of the combat from Mass Effect 1, but it's still a game from 2007, and it shows. I know there are those who profess a love for the more turn-based approach of Mass Effect 1, but in terms of presenting the game to a wider and younger audience, the archaic mechanics are a significant obstacle. I urge you to stick it through the first game, though, because the decisions you make in that first game have major consequences for the remaining two. In fact, just put Mass Effect 1 on easy mode and just play it for the story. It's okay. I told you you can do it. If someone complains, you send them to me. And speaking of UI, the upgrading system and modding in the first game is still confusing. Here's a few tips. Give all of your first aid items to your squad mates because it'll heal all three of you. Convert anything you don't want to Omnigel. You'll thank me later. And lastly, pay attention to the buttons because X doesn't always do what you think it'll do. Moving on. Even if you don't know much about Mass Effect, you probably heard about its famously impossible to drive tank, the M35 Mako. Oh, Mako, how we love to hate driving you around Therum for 2 hours, accidentally lurching into lava pits and falling off of cliffs. One of the most anticipated upgrades in Legendary Edition is the Mako controls. Does this now handle like a GTA 5 Ferrari, or is it still like you're driving your grandpa's 1980 Buick with beer goggles on? It's still bad. Okay, sure, it's better than the original release, but so is Zack Snyder's Justice League, and that movie is still garbage. please send your comments to kevinpereira@g4tv.com. I love that you can play this game in different ways to get a completely different gaming experience, but I don't like the strict Paragon Renegade binary. If you choose a majority of altruistic and compassionate dialogue options, you'll be labeled as Paragon, while if you play aggressively and rude, you'll achieve Renegade status. Both of these options open up a wealth of interesting story possibilities, but there's nothing there for a more neutral or nuanced playthrough. But that's really about all the criticism I can give this franchise. Even after 14 years, the game is still good. And no, I'm not going to criticize the Mass Effect 3 ending, because that too is good. Yes, I said it back in 2012, and I'm saying it now. The last 10 minutes of that game are not the ending. The entire game is an ending, and it is satisfying, existential, and written for adults. Of course, it's not going to look like it's absolutely personalized on top of that cake your mom got you from Subway, you selfish, entitled little... Well, you know what I mean. And while we're at it, I know there's some frustrations about Mass Effect 3's multiplayer not being included. Come on. You just got a remaster of 3 massive games and all of their DLC, and you're complaining about the lack of multiplayer. You know why you're complaining about the lack of multiplayer? Because it isn't there. You're acting like someone who goes to Disneyland and bitches about the lack of Smurfs. And it's like, I could do that, but I have this thing, maybe it's called morals, that prevents me from it. Mass Effect is the perfect argument for the potential of game franchises. Save game porting and having your actions directly affect subsequent games in the series is something that more big developers should take advantage of. It just makes for a better user experience overall when used correctly. I love Mass Effect, and if you haven't played this series, I highly recommend giving it a chance. Of course, no game is for everybody, but never have I seen a sci-fi game franchise have the broad appeal of Mass Effect. Seriously, play this game. Don't disappoint, Garrus. Wow, you're all still here? Well, now I'm going to let you know why it's so hard to get a PlayStation 5. So you better stick around and learn something, because if you don't, I'll know. According to Sony, the PlayStation 5 is the fastest selling game console in North America. So why the f*** does no one have one? Let's start at the beginning. In November of 2020, gamers had a choice. The PlayStation 5, a towering beacon of technical achievement overflowing with a list of exclusive games, and a small black refrigerator. I mean, this was an easy one. Raise your hand if you got the Bug Snacks machine. Pre-orders in the modern era of console launches, well, they're kind of like hunting for Bigfoot. You've been told where to look. You can try for days to the point that you start to believe that they don't actually exist, but there's a bunch of assholes on the internet who claim to have bagged them. So, it's annoying, but a fair sport in the heat of a console launch. Flash forward to almost 6 months after launch, and if you still want a PS5, you're refreshing 20 tabs like a psychopath. Can't you just buy one? Sure, if you're willing to help a scalper get through grad school. I mean, resale websites are everywhere, but the prices fluctuate wildly. Recently, I saw a PS5 going for $715 in the afternoon, and by midnight, it was $950. Let's assume for the next part that you actually acquired a PlayStation 5. How you got it? Well, hey, that's between you, your hairstylist, and God. The console is huge. I mean, it's pretty much the size of an actual PC tower, and it looks like a futuristic briefcase that if you open it up, there's a robot baby inside. I definitely didn't open up my PS5 to find out that there's a robot baby inside, but if you're curious, no, there's not a robot baby inside. Is it beautiful? I'm not sure. I am certain that putting it on its side is not okay. It feels vaguely like flipping a turtle over and watching it squirm. But who buys a console to look at it? Sony has been living rent-free in our heads with that promise of incredible exclusive titles for the PS5. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, truly mind-blowing on the new hardware. Astro's Playroom, Sackboy, so cute. Devil May Cry and Demon Souls remastered. Okay. But Godfall, which can only run on the processing power of the PlayStation 5. It's that impressive. Oh. A thin roster of launch titles is time-honored tradition dating back to our ancestors who were there for the PlayStation 3 launch. Kenji But a thin list of launch titles is one thing. Now we're looking at post-launch titles that are getting delayed. And then there's the whole issue that you still cannot get a hold of a console without bringing a sack of tiny diamonds to a dark alley in Madripoor. Real talk. The most exciting game exclusive in the last 3 months is a demo for a title that's going to be available on the Xbox, the PS4, and Google Stadia. Why can't you get a PS5? Is this launch different from all the other launches? Am I an impatient man, baby? What is the deal? The excessive PS5 manufacturing shortfall is largely due to the global shortage of semiconductor microchips. Modern companies maintain razor-thin margins of error in their supply chains because it's cheaper and they figure something like, say, a global pandemic or a giant boat getting stuck in a canal will never happen. Flashback to early last year when the tech giants Apple and Huawei began hoarding massive smog-like piles of semiconductors for their smartphones. Throw in manufacturing disruption because of worker lockdowns and social distancing, 7% less shipping making it out of China, and fires in a Japanese factory that prints special fiberglass elements, well, there are not enough chips. Add up that the bulk of semiconductors worldwide are made by a few large companies like the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, and it takes years and billions of dollars to get new factories online to increase output. I want my PS5, Sony! Yeah. This console shortage may stay around for a while, and I know everyone's griping about it, and that includes people who actually already have a PlayStation 5, because where are the exclusive games? And while I grumble about Horizon Forbidden West being so far out, I'm just going to go back and keep on playing God of War at 60 frames a second and then do the New Game Plus. Oh, and then I'm going to do Ghost of Tsushima also at 60 frames a second. Oh, and I haven't even touched Demon Souls yet. And when I'm done with that, I'll probably have Returnal and Ratchet and Clank ready to play. So I guess things aren't that bad after. All right, for those of you that have been snoozing, this next video involves Dr. Lupo. So, ship shape, get up. It's Dr. Lupo time. Welcome, Dr.
Thank
Lupo.
you very much, man. I appreciate you having me on the show. This being on G4 is like it's shocking almost because I grew up with with G4 by my side, and now look at us together in the same. It is kind of weird. It's weird for me in a good way though.
Well, good. I'm just going to let it be known now. I've known about you actually quite prominently for quite a few years. Where my interim life between being on camera then and being on camera now, I helped start a data company. That did a lot about sort of tracking the way people talk about video games online and things like that. And when we were able to kind of pull data from Twitch and streams and stuff like that, immediately this one name other than Ninja kept showing up repeatedly, and it was Dr. Lupo. And I just got really interested. I started to watch some of your streams, and you definitely stood out to me in that you seem to survive less dependent upon, I mean, obviously you did do quite a bit of Fortnite, but you were able to sort of formulate a personality strong enough that where some streamers have to really stick with one game, you could do a fair amount of diversification and people stayed loyal to you. And as a performer myself, I thought, well, one day I hope to meet him.
Variety is 100% the spice of life, and I think that definitely applies to streaming as well, because one of the things that I think a lot of content creators find themselves stuck in is, and this is to no fault of the viewership. Chat, you guys are wonderful. I appreciate your existence, believe me. But they very much get used to the same thing day in and day out. And so by mixing it up and getting people adjusted to that kind of like, okay, today he's playing this thing, and then tomorrow he's playing this game, and next day he's playing this game. Granted, I mean, everybody goes on like a tear through one game for quite a while. It's whether it's an RPG or whatever it is, you want to play to the ends of the earth. If you're trying to complete every single bit of the game, yeah, that's going to happen. But variety definitely helps because I think it keeps us from going absolutely insane. And it's good for the viewership too, because that means that they don't get stuck in a rut and kind of become complacent to the same thing day in and day out.
Yeah. No, it makes absolute sense. When did you start streaming? And I'm curious, when did you also start realizing this was now a career where you could keep streaming?
Adam, I still don't know if this is a career or not.
Welcome to living in front of the camera.
There's a lot of up and down to it. There's a lot of uncertainty. So I started back in 2016, 2015. Around, I started. Do you ever play Destiny?
Yes, I'm aware of the Destiny game.
So Trials of Osiris was the game mode that got me started up. And actually, you'll get a kick out of this. It was because I wanted to help a buddy of mine, Brian, help grow his channel, because I had a career. I worked in IT. I was like the help support desk jockey, fixing computers. Oh, ma'am, your mouse needs to be replaced. Let me swap that out. That was my gig. And I just, video games was like the big hobby on the side. And then things kind of changed when I started helping him, and I got very lucky, Adam. He went off. He's a much younger buck than I am, and so when he went off to college, the dorm that he picked, which was real late, he waited till the last second. Adam, this man tried to stream from DSL. It did not go well. And so I got lucky in that I was there. I was like, okay, well, I guess the community that we kind of grew together, I'll help keep that going. And it just kind of it kept growing from there. I got super lucky because of that, along with getting noticed by other content creators that were a much larger scale. And I think the entertainment industry, especially this one, growth from collaboration is one of the best ways to grow a channel. I mean, you start working with other people, and those names become synonymous with each other, and then it explodes from there.
So was like the moment you took over that channel, were you like, hold on, something's happening here, or like what was that Joycean epiphany that you suddenly have where you're like, well, hold on, I seem to be making traction with this audience, and this audience seems to be in a constant state of growth.
Well, with Twitch, there's never really like a full send feeling of traction, like where you're like, oh, I know I've made it. This is the time. Eventually, you get there and it dawns on you. But I think for me, it was a slow, like kind of like riding a bicycle. You got to pedal. You got to start working up some momentum. Keep your balance the whole time, and eventually it becomes so natural that you don't realize that it's happened until it has already happened. Right? I jumped on board of the battle royale genre. I don't know if you've heard of those. There are quite a few now.
It's like a bunch of people working together.
It's kind of like going to the grocery store during a pandemic. Whoever is the last person to get the roll of toilet paper, they win. All right, that's how you win. Right. You get the toilet paper.
Hand raised if you have that day a year ago where it's like, oh boy. And how many people stored up on the really bad toilet paper just because you're like, and you knew that the minute you broke the seal on that package, the dire times had suddenly emerged.
You're like, I'm down to the single ply. This feels like it's sandpaper. What am I doing with my life?
I'm pulling 8 of 12 squares off. Oh,
you thought you were living the good life with the triple ply, that little like pillow. Oh man, it was the good times. I miss the good times. Now we're fighting over single ply toilet paper in the aisles. You got little Jimmy going out there with a mop to clean up the spills for people.
Now I'm outside raking leaves, trying to figure out if I can do something.
This is why I said to invest in a banana tree, and we need the leaves. To circle back, that's kind of like what a battle royale game is like. I jumped on with that, and it was like the H1Z1 into PUBG, and then you mentioned Fortnite. Fortnite was an absolute catalyst to a level of growth that even still now there are people that are blowing up off of the game because they're pro players and they're incredibly good. They got good personalities, and the growth that can be harnessed from that is almost immeasurable, because the kicker for this whole thing is this career path doesn't have a playbook, right? There's no like, you have a handful of people. You've got the Lyrics and Summit 1Gs, Tim the Tap Man, people that have been doing it for 5, 6, 7, 10 years even. Some people like, if you ever watch StarCraft 2, Tasteless and Artosis, the two guys are like the most renowned commentators for the esports community for StarCraft. Those guys have been around for forever. No offense, gentlemen. Age looks great on you. Okay, we're gonna say it that way. It's the nicest way to say it. But like, they've been around for a super long time, but they couldn't even tell you what's the play-by-play to get to the top, right?
Yeah, no. It's even back in the old days of G4. I mean, we were part of television, but at the end of the day, the type of TV that we were doing, there wasn't that much of a precedent for it.
And we're like, let's try this.
Straining to figure out what's the next thing we do. Does anybody know? No one has any ideas.
And the worst is when we did something that was really successful, of course, the executives are like, well, do it again if you can. And we're like, we don't know what we did.
Yes, Adam. Hello, G4 exec here. Could you please go ahead and do the same thing, but a little different and better? And you're
and
like,
we'll put a 2 at the end of it, and we'll all make some money.
I don't even know what I did the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah, you guys definitely have were the pioneers for. I mean, somebody in chat earlier said G4 walked so that Twitch could run, and I understand the sentiment behind that is that G4 definitely led into a lot of what you see out there today. G4 was the beginning of almost a genre in itself of television.
Yeah. I would actually, at the risk of being completely immodest, I would say that was the fact. Okay, I want to go back to the Battle Royale thing, because I realized I can finally discuss a thing with you, because you were there when it happened, and you obviously benefited from it. Around the time that Fortnite, H1Z1 and the other one that I'm blanking on were PUBG. Thank you.
I got you.
I was consulting on the Friday the 13th game, and one of the reasons I decided I wanted to work with the team over at Gun Media and Ilphonic is it suddenly hit me like, oh, here's a game where failure could potentially be more entertaining than success, because you're more in line with what the narrative is. Like, there's usually the final girl that escapes, but we remember the people that die horribly. Oh, and then I would thought like, well, this could also be really, really entertaining, because it would be entertaining to watch because it doesn't require expertise, or at least only expertise on the part of the person playing Jason, to be able to create, something with that's a lot of fun to watch. Then I saw the Battle Royales hit, and I was like, it seems to be kind of failure once again, or the desperate way I'm playing to win. I'm stuck with a frying pan, and I'm just going to sit in a bush and just like hope things work out in my favor. Is as much, if not more, entertaining than someone who really, really knows what they're doing and is able to maintain, their existence to the top of the hill.
I think it's definitely something that has had a theme throughout entertainment for a long time. Actually, it's like the underdog story, right? Mighty Ducks literally would not exist if it were not for the passion people find in the underdog story. And it's almost like in a game like that or Battle Royales, the people want to see. They love watching people at the scrap together the last little bits of loot and ammo, whatever they have, the power they have left, and try to win somehow. And when you pull it off, I will literally run around my room when we get those kind of moments, because they're so few and far between, and people absolutely latch onto them.
Thanks for watching, everyone. We all appreciate you coming together to help out St. Jude's right here at GCX. Afterwards, make sure to follow G4 on Twitch and all of those social things. Just Google G4 TV. Bye-bye.